We're broadcasting live from Riptide Live. I am Riptide editor Michael Saunders. With me is publisher Mr. Dave Heavyside.
Yeah, g'day guys, how you going? It's pretty good to be here at the Northern Beaches Pro for the last event of the ABA Tour for 2016. We've got a pretty good event actually happening here. We're a bit late on the webcast, sorry about that guys. We missed a little bit this morning and we've seen some pretty good heats go down so far already. The condition update for everyone is it's nice and sunny. It's probably 2 foot of swell with the odd 3 foot set. Some nice waves coming through. It's going to be offshore all day, so it's nice and clean. And yeah, Michael, there's been some pretty good waves so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently in the water, we do have Ben Player. He's currently leading his heat. Earlier today, we did see a few of the big names kind of get out there and show their stuff. Earlier, we did see Joe Clark, current ABA Tour leader. He had an exciting heat against Dave Winchester. Actually kind of did a backflip at the death to take the victory and get 14.8 points over Dave's 14.17. As well, we saw Simon Cassidy get second place in his heat to move on to the next round. Ricky Michael, Dan Fonseca from Portugal was another standout earlier in the day, took victory in his heat. And we also saw Jake Metcalf from WA take victory. And they've all moved on to round 3. But I guess now it's all eyes on what's happening in the water with Ben Player, as well as Marshall Watson from South Australia in the red. And we have Mauricio Abrinosa. I apologise if I pronounced that wrong, but we believe it's Abrinosa. He's in the yellow. And he is, currently in the water. You can see, if you've got our live stream going, you can see the scores kind of coming up next there. So you can see Ben Player in the lead with 13.84 points. He just scored an 8.17. So he's definitely shown that he's ready for business today.
Yeah, that's right, and everyone's actually rocked up and really psyched to be out there. Sounds like a funny thing to say, but there's a bit of a vibe going on in the car park. There's probably a pretty good crowd actually here. I would say that the car park's pretty full, and there's a few other free surfers in the water, and the general mood on the beach is one of excitement, as it's going to be the champion will be crowned today, so looking forward to that. And who have we got in contention?
Oh, well, we have four riders in contention for the ABA Tour crown. We have Lachlan Cramsie. He's kind of a latecomer to the tour. He missed out on the first round due to the World Tour, but he came back with vengeance at Mystics and took victory there.
As we see Ben Player up and riding here on a nice left-hander. He's just going to have a look at this and duck out the back of that one, as it's not to his liking, and he'll head out the back and try and increase his score. Yeah, you were saying, Michael, about the competitors for today.
Yeah, so it's basically a 4-way race for the ABA Tour crown. It's between Lachlan Cramsie, Kate Sharp, Joe Clark, and Michael Novi. All 4 guys have been super impressive this year. Joe, Lachlan, and Novi have all taken victory so far, whereas Cade has just been super consistent, being up there with seconds and thirds, and he's hungry for it. And I think it's going to be a serious battle, but we're not just going to see those 4 today. We've got some of the biggest names in international bodyboarding, the likes of Ben Player, Dave Winchester, Jake Stone, who's 2-time ABA Tour champion, and he is just super keen to redeem himself. He had a bit of a rough start to the season due to a leg injury suffered during trampolining, of all things, on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that was an absolutely crazy injury, snapping his leg pretty much in half and bone going through skin. So one of the most horrific injuries that we've seen happen to a bodyboarder not surfing. So those trampoline parks are dangerous, people. As we count down to the final seconds, as we see a bit of a...
Ooh.
I wonder if that's going to call there on for the last wave. And we'll play out with looks like heat from Brunosa, taking the second spot from Marshall Watson from South Australia in 3rd position. So
yeah, a bit of an upset already, I guess, with Marshall. He was definitely buzzed for this event after doing so well down his local break, the Knights Pro down South Australia. That was round 3 of the ABA Tour. Marshall actually got through to the he got through to the semis, took out 3rd place overall. That was definitely one of his best results. That was his best result of the year, and compared to last year, he was a bit didn't do so well. Wasn't very happy with his performances, and he looked excited to kind of show what he's worth today. So he's going to be pretty upset with that. But congratulations to Mauricio Brenosa for that victory. Putting a couple solid rides there to steal second place.
Yeah, it's a well-ridden heat actually. From all of the guys in the water, we are heading into what are we heading into now? We're heading into heat 15, I think it is, of round 2, the pro men's.
Yes.
So we're just going to have a look at the draw here today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now heading into heat 15, and that is going to be another exciting heat. We have Cade Sharp in the red, Jake Stone in white, and Hugh Lucas, local lad, in the yellow. So basically, Cade and Jake, they've been competitors. They've been mates and competitors, since they were little grommies growing up on the Sunshine Coast. They've always been together. They've both they've been together in their rise ranks. Jake Stone has the competitive machine. Cade's but this year he's just been, and he's super hungry. Cade just about coming into this final event, and he was just, you could just tell that he really wants to prove his worth on the scene in Australia.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first event at D-Bar with, my memory is shocking. So I haven't actually had a coffee yet. So what is it? We've just been solidly trying to get this thing online since just gone online. So it's been a bit of a slog. And I really need it. So, we see a massive flip there from the rider in, and finishing with a nice roll as well. That's a solid combo there. Be great for his score. The Lucas from New South Wales.
Hugh is Groms that have just come from nowhere. Him and his brother been tearing it up, both on the New South Wales state titles as well as the ABA tour. Kind of local lads, Sydney Bodyboard Club members. They've surfed East Beach quite a bit for the Sydney Bodyboard Club competitions. I believe they're both from Clovelly, which is the kind of southern beaches of Sydney, and they kind of make the trek up to the northern beaches for the events that happen there. But they've been very impressive, I guess, especially down in the Mystics Pro. We saw Liam win both the New South Wales state titles as well as the Mystics Pro Junior, and now Liam's in the race for the Pro Junior crown. But obviously his brother Hugh is no slouch either.
As Cade Sharp's up and riding on a nice-looking left-hander here, he's just going to scoop down, look at that. So it's not going to happen for him, as he just throws a little forward spin in there, finishes with a roll, but it really didn't get that section he was looking for. So it's going to be an okay start for Cade, but he was definitely wanting that little bowl to throw out a nice move there. Not quite happening for him. So still early on in this heat, though. Plenty of time left on the clock for all the riders out in the water. Jake Stone yet to put a wave on the board, but he will no doubt be a patient character, as he generally is. He likes to sort of sit it out and wait for the good ones. So, but does get busy towards the end of heats. And as you said, Michael, he's a pretty damn competitive guy. So he'll definitely wanting to be putting on a good showing today.
Yeah, so. Yeah. It's well, I was just going to say it's pretty tricky waves out there today. I've been talking to some of the competitors earlier this morning, and it kind of, it's a bit deceptive. You're looking when you're watching on the beach. You kind of mind surfing it, going, yeah, I'll be there, I'll hit that. But when you're actually out there, they're a bit hard to pick off, and the wedge is a little bit, I guess it's a little bit lumpy sometimes. So when you think you've got a section ahead of you, it's pretty hard to maintain speed hitting it. So you've really got to have your wits about you out there today. I think Cade will actually be one of the guys that will kind of thrive in these conditions. He loves left-hand wedges, grew up in the beaches of Sunshine Coast. His local little wave there, Sandals, is a left-hand wedge. He just always seems to perform well on lefts. Yep, keep going.
We just saw an absolute bomb just come through down the beach there. So we see a couple of the riders having a look over to their left-hand side, and as we just wait for the little motorbike to go past. So yeah, a couple of the riders scoping out the way a bit further north of the beach there, but I'm happy to sit in the middle as we've got Cade actually sitting right down the beach further to the south, a bit closer to the free surfers. So he's obviously seen something down that end of the beach that he likes, while the other two battle it out up the top there. And this supposed to be getting a little bit better as the tide fills in, as we see Cade having a look at this one. He's just going to paddle over it and see if the second wave of the set gives him anything. And hopefully he doesn't get interfered with here by the free surfers. But he's going to have a look. He kicks into this one. He's going to go left and throw a nice loopy roll out of the top of that, as we see the rider also in yellow just ducking under one but not being able to come out. So Cade just getting a couple of waves early under his belt. That one with a nice loopy roll. As we'll see what the judges give us for that one. So yeah, so as I was saying, sort of early on in the first event of the year down at D-Bar, me and Michael were actually on the mic doing the beach commentary for that one. So shout out to everyone who went down to that one. So this is a bit different. We're actually chatting live to the internet, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Because this is our first go at it, so it's brand new for us. But you would have seen us hopefully on Riptide TV, which we've finished our first season of this year.
Yeah, and I actually want to say give a shout out to the people that are watching. Definitely leave a comment wherever you can, maybe on the YouTube page or on our website, and let us know where you're watching this from. We want to see, I guess, give shout outs and see where you're watching this and kind of help support Australian bodyboarding.
Yeah, so apparently, Michael, you're a little quieter than I am on the audio. Well, hopefully we can get that a little rectified there, but alright, where are we up to? I really could do with a coffee.
Well, I've actually had two, so I'll be talking your ear off all day.
Oh, brilliant. Well, you can take the reins then.
Yeah, so currently we do have in the water, if you've just tuned in, we have Kate Sharp in red, Jake Stone in white, and Hugh Lucas in yellow. Both Kate and Jake from the Sunshine Coast, representing Queensland. Hugh Lucas, the local lad from New South Wales, and he's definitely one to look out for in the future of bodyboarding. Him and his brother Liam have both been kind of a bit of the surprise packages in the ABA Tour this year.
Yeah, we we've forgotten to do something which we should have done right at the beginning, Michael, and that was shout out the sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out, first of all, I guess, to Fresh Air Broadcast for providing this webcast in conjunction with us at Riptide, as well as Stealth Bodyboards. They've come to the table and helped us get this going. This is a bit of history we have with the first ever live webcast of an Australian Pro Bodyboarding Tour event. Who else we've got to shout out to?
So Hog's Breath for sponsoring the tour overall. So they've been a massive supporter of bodyboarding. So check out Hog's Breath Cafe near you for a good feed. And also Bodyboard King for sponsoring this event here at the Northern Beaches. So Toby and the crew at Bodyboard King, check those guys out for all your bodyboarding equipment needs.
And big ups to Sunzapper as well for supporting the tour throughout this season. They've always been big supporters of Australian bodyboarding, as well as they got a lot of sponsorship with the riders like Joe Clark and whatnot. So Sunzapper always been doing pretty good.
And whatnot.
Yeah. But I think it's only fitting that we do have Bodyboard King as the major presenter of this event, being that it's on the Northern Beaches. It's good to see a comp on Northern Beaches and in Sydney. And I know we do have the Mystics comp on the South Coast, and the only other, I guess, place we'd have the Cronulla with the Shark Island Challenge. But it's so good to see, I guess, a Pro Tour event happening in Sydney. Support Sydney bodyboarding, and it's just an epic day here. There's such a beautiful beach here, Whale Beach. This is the first time I've ever seen it. And it's a fun little wave. And there's so many bodyboarders here, basically. Sydney bodyboarders are turning out to throw the support behind the Australian tour.
For sure. And right, we'll give you a bit of a heat update here. We've got Cade Sharp currently in the lead. He's got a 4.23 and a 4.07 as we actually see Jake Stone up and riding now. He's going to throw a big roll off the top and he's going to hang on to it, which he does. So that gets Jake Stone as second wave. He was on a 7.5, so he's going to back up his first score there pretty nicely. So Cade was in the lead with a pair of fours, sitting on an 8.3 with Jake Stone with that 7.5 plus the wave to come in second. Hugh Lucas was in third. He's got two little waves under his belt, and but we're just waiting for that score from Jake to drop there.
Yeah, he currently has he's only caught one wave before that, which was a 7.5, as you said. Cade Sharp was in the lead with an 8.3 total, and the score has just dropped. Actually, no, that's for another wave. My apologies. 3.93? I don't know. But anyway, Jake Stone has just moved into first place. According to the Ride Score Mobile, providing the scoring for today, and it's 11.43 total. Second place, Cade Sharp in red with 8.3, and in third place, Hugh Lucas with a total of 4.33. He needs a 8.33 to move up into first place.
Alright, as we try and get things happening there with our little run sheet. Next heat in the water, which will be after this, is World Tour. Boy, as we see yellow up and riding here, Hugh Lucas is actually going to hit the lip, throw a nice ARS off the top of that one, but I don't think he's going to be able to hang on to it as it just gets caught up in the whitewash there. So it was a good looking wave for Hugh, and he almost pulled it around, but not quite. So he'll be a little bit frustrated with that one as he heads back out the back. But yeah, so Lockie Cramsie coming up in the next heat against young Ripper from WA, Davis Blackwell, one of the three amigos there. And also with Mick Daly but
Shaden Schrader. From Port Mac. He's one of the another young Groms to look out for. He's been doing pretty well on the ABA Tour this year. Also was a standout last year. Especially I remember down at Mystics watching him performing double barrel rolls and the like. He's currently, I think he's out of contention for the Pro Junior title. But he's definitely keen to prove his worth in the Pro Men's.
As we see, Hugh's going to have a look at this. He's just going to think twice about that one and pull off the back as we see another good set here. I think Jake Stone might have a little... No, he's not going to look at that one either. So, playing the patient game. Shaden Schrader had an amazing heat event at D-Bar. Put together one of the highest heat totals of the event, actually. Going head-to-head with
Simon Cassidy. That was in the Pro Junior. That was an exciting heat. I guess it's good to see the Pro Junior. I guess they're definitely stepping it up this year. They've been one that super exciting to watch. No longer just a intro division to the main event of the Pro Men's. They've shown that they're up there in skill level, and when they compete in the Pro Men's, they often find themselves in the pointy end of the field at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. It's just been an absolutely stacked Pro Junior event this year, so that's been amazing. And they get active in the water as well. These guys don't hang around and wait for the waves. They go hard against each other. I think there was one heat there in the Pro Junior at D-Bar, which they caught 31 waves in a 20-minute heat between them. So
that's just ridiculous.
That's just crazy. And that's how much these junior guys want it. And it's definitely transitioning into the Pro Men's, as you said, Michael. Some of these junior guys finding themselves at the pointy end of the field, as you did say. So I'm just repeating you. Fantastic.
But currently we do have the Pro Men's in the water. We have Jake Stone in white in the lead with 11.43. Stoney he's definitely looking to redeem himself this year. He had a bit of a rough season, as we said earlier. He's the two-time defending ABA Tour champion. He was going for 3 in a row, which is something that's never been done before in Australian bodyboarding. I believe the last person to even get 2 times was Andrew Lester. I have to double-check the history there, but I believe it was Andrew Lester was a dual national champion. Stoney was going for that himself, but horrific injury kind of held him back. But he's back in full form now. Even earlier, couple months ago, not even a couple months, I believe a couple of weeks ago, Stoney was back out in the water over in WA surfing the right, that big heavy slabby wave that everyone knows about, I guess. And Stoney's just come back from a broken leg, and he's gone out the right, got whipped into a couple of monsters, apparently got absolutely pumped out there, but just shook it off and kept going.
Yeah, so it's great to see Stoney back in action. He's definitely one of the guys to keep your eye on. He just surfs like a maniac and has pulled some of the craziest moves like I've ever seen in competition on a bodyboard. That's for sure. With his was it the I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, and he did the dragon flip.
The dragon flip, yes.
Out at Nuggin.
Yes, I believe that was that during a World Tour comp?
It might have been actually.
I think that was the South Coast Mobile Challenge.
Oh, it was the South Coast Mobile Challenge.
I could be wrong there.
No, I think you're right.
He did He was crazy at that during that competition. He also busted, I believe it was a 720 reverse. It's a lot of debate over whether it was the first 720 air reverse in competition. Some people will say, it was a 540 and he spun the rest away on the water, but regardless, super impressive.
Yeah, that was incredible.
And just shows that the skill that Jake Stone does have.
As Liam Lucas is up and riding here, he's punching a bit of a flip off the top. And again, just not being able to ride out of that one. So, unfortunately there for Liam, he's had 2 good cracks at it and hasn't been able to quite make either of them. Got a couple of shout-outs to do. I've got Kim Feast, DK extraordinaire, watching from over there in WA. Shout-outs to you, mate. He's been pushing the limits all this year on what's capable on a drop knee board, and even last year was managed to grab the cover of one of our mags. So with an amazing DK effort out at the right, which was unbelievable. So shout-outs to you, mate. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for everyone for tuning in to the first Riptide Live webcast, which we'll be doing. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting for us. And I'm particularly stoked, even though I probably don't sound it right now, because I'm flagging massively. I'm sure that coffee's going to rock up soon.
Yeah, we're reporting live, I guess, from the car park at Whale Beach. It's pretty awesome. We're kind of doing this webcast from the portable van, and it's cool to see. We've got all the riders standing around. So we've got Joe Clark kind of having a look at the water right now to our right, having a chat. Seen Dave Winchester, Ben Player, all the big names just kind of hanging out in the car park. It's a great day for bodyboarding, I guess. If you are in the Sydney area, I highly recommend coming down here. This is basically with the caliber of riders we have here today, it's a World Tour quality event.
It is.
There's a lot of World Tour, I guess, some World Tour events would kill to have the guys that we have here today.
Yeah, and it bodes well for next year as well. So we're fingers crossed that we can keep the momentum into 2017 as we look to secure, the tour and, hopefully do more of these webcasts, which would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely want to, I guess, we want to see how the response is from this. So if you are watching, give us a shout out, give us a comment, and let us know what you think of our webcast. We are kind of learning it on the fly, so we're trying to keep it flowing nicely here, but bear with us if we do kook a few things up.
Oh, we are going to kook it. There is absolutely no doubt we're going to have some shockers, because we're in this car and it's already heating up. We've been doing it for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, jackets and whatnot.
Oh, we could both be nude by the end of it, and that's something that But this is providing a little sound barrier for today. So if you're wondering why we are in the car, it's because it's a little bit windy, but it's also we're close to the setup of the geometry. So with what we're doing here and confusing the issue, so we are stuck in the van, but it's a pretty cool setup.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm loving it. It was pretty chilly this morning actually when we were setting up. My fingers and toes were about falling off as we count down to the final minutes of the heat here, with Jake Stone still leading on an 11.43 from Cade Sharp, who needs a 7.1 2-1 to move into first as Jake Stone pulls a nice flip off the top of that, rides out and finishes it off with a roll. So Jake Stone, another double roll. So he was not done. I jumped the gun on that one. So
he's never done.
He is never done. So Jake Stone there consolidating his first position with 2 minutes to go in that heat. So that'll score nicely and that'll drop away his 3.93 and give him a solid score, as Cade Sharp is going to probably need something more than a 7.21 now to hit that first position. And Hugh Lucas, just unfortunately, as we've seen, is struggling a little bit in this heat. He's had a couple of good waves but not able to pull him around. He's got a 3.1 and a 1.5 to have a 4.6 of Stoney.
Jake Stone basically sending a message to some of the contenders for the crown that he'll be willing to throw a spanner in the works and just show that he's in the heat if they're chasing the.
Oh, definitely. The party. Don't get that wrong. As we saw Hugh Lucas there, he managed to get his first decent wave of the with a nice little roll to spin combo. So Hugh's, there's only a minute to go left in this heat, and
dangerous because Hugh is only needing a 5.2 to move up in the second, and if that happens, that would actually knock Cade Sharp out of the contention for the ABA Tour title.
Oh, so we should be getting really excited right about now.
So this is, you should be getting excited. You do need a coffee bad, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm flagging. But that's so, well, here we go. So Cade Sharp,
this is...
he's in a bit of danger here.
He's definitely in danger.
That score drops.
He's only caught 2 waves so far.
So where's it going to come through?
It is coming
here we go.
through.
We've got not long left in this heat. As I just hear the buzzer go out my little window there, so...
We do have to wait for the scores to drop, but I guess it'll be a nervous wait for Cade.
That will be a nervous wait. Ooh, God. I would not want to be in Cade's Rashi right now.
No.
And we're just getting...
So he was given, so we were just listening out for the scores read out. He was given, Hugh Lucas was given a 4.13, not quite enough to move up in the second place and knock Cade Sharp. So Cade has progressed through to round 3. I think he'd be thanking his lucky stars for that, because that, that's not a heat that you'd want to win an event by. Tell you that. Only 2 4-point rides, but I guess he's got the bad one done. Maybe he'll move on to better things throughout today. So now we're going to move on to the next heat, and that is, again, another pretty epic heat. We have, as we said before, Lachlan Cramsie, who is a APB World Tour competitor and a former ABA Tour winner. I believe 2013 was when he won the national title.
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, and we do have Davis Blackwell in white in the heat. Davis, one of the definitely young up-and-comers from... well, I guess he's not even young anymore. Well, I guess he's young in my eyes. 20
Mate,
or 21.
He's young compared to me, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Anyway, 20 or 21 comes from... I guess Mandurah is his local break, but he's a bit all over the place around WA. And then joining them is Shaden Schrader from Port Mac. So probably this is the best name in competitive bodyboarding right now.
Shaden Schrader.
Shaden Schrader.
Gotta love saying that one. Hopefully we say it a few more times this heat, as this is going to be a pretty fun heat to watch. So keep your eye on these guys. And
again, this heat features a possible ABA Tour champion in Lachlan Cramsie. Cramsie, if you don't know who Lachlan Cramsie is, everyone will agree he's probably one of the best competitive bodyboarders in Australia, if not the world. He's 21 years old. He's turning 22 on July 4th, so that's like not very long away. I think he'd love a birthday present being an ABA Tour win.
He definitely would, and he is one of the riders in contention to take out this championship, chasing down Joe Clark, the current Tour ratings leader.
He's probably the best chance out of them all, being that he got a first at Mystics and then backed that up with I believe, 5th place at the Knights Pro. So if he can get victory here, that'll be 2 firsts and a fifth, and it's a best 3 or 4 total. So if he has 2 firsts and a fifth, and Joe does not improve on his score, being that Joe has a first, a second, and a third so far this year, Cramsie could be crowned the Australian champion.
Yeah, so there are a few different scenarios to play out. I really see Ryder in blue up and riding here, and just no, not in blue. What's how bad are my eyes? I've even got my glasses on today, so there's no excuse for me. I'm blaming the glare, Michael. I'm blaming the glare. That was the rider in white.
Always blame something.
Davis Blackwell getting his first wave under his belt.
So if you are wanting to know the scenarios, I guess, for the ABA Tour Pro Tour Championship, we do have an article on that on riptidemag.com.au. Kind of go through who can win it. Obviously, Joe Clark, Michael Noble, Kate Sharp, Lachlan Cramsie, and kind of has a little bit of spiel on what they need to win the Tour victory and what needs to happen, because it's not just as simple as winning an event. You have to kind of make sure that some of the other guys don't finish so highly up there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what we were saying about, some of the guys like Ben Player and Dave Winchester, Jake Stone, out to spoil the party, because, those guys are world-class competitors, and they're going to come up against Joe Clark, and the guys in contention are going to come up against those guys. So it's going to go down to the absolute wire here, and anything could happen. Well, literally, no crap, Dave. Cheers, man. Jeez.
Yeah,
that is the most cliche thing I've said in a while. Hopefully, I won't keep repeating myself.
And I'm just looking through some of the Australian Pro Tour history.
Oh, check out that. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Just frothing on a wave down the beach. I got to stop doing that. I got to remember what's happening on the screen.
We have the likes of we had Jake Stone winning the past 2 years. Before that was Lachlan Cramsie. He took victory in 2013. Before him was Mitch Rawlins. Rawlins has actually won the Aussie Tour twice. Before him was Andrew Lester. Lester's actually won it, and I did say he was the first person to win 2 in a row. And that's true, and he's since won another Aussie Tour. And prior to that, I guess, Dave Winchester, just shutting the door, just getting the coffee order in there.
I wish.
Dave Winchester has actually won the Aussie Tour twice before. He hasn't won consecutively, but he's always up there. Last year, he was actually the Pro Men's runner-up as well. He took victory at Mystics, and he was the DK champion. He's won that 2 years previously as well. We don't have a DK Tour this year. But we still have the Pro Junior. And we have the likes of last year's winner was Eric Roy from Gold Coast. Eric kind of opted out of competing on the Pro Junior this year.
Yeah, so Eric was a bit of a standout for a while, but not to be seen this year, but that's okay. As we just give you a little update, this heat's actually started pretty slow. Davis Blackwell getting underway with a 3.83 for that first wave. And the other guys just being patient. I said there'd be a lot of action. So far, I am wrong. Probably not for the first time today.
Yeah, again, it's super tricky out there. Everyone, it kind of looks like there's waves everywhere, and there's plenty of waves on offer. But you speak to the competitors, and they're just saying it's a bit hard to get it dialed. So hopefully later in the day they'll kind of work out, exactly where to sit and where the best, I guess, sections to perform best maneuvers are at. And we're just sitting here in our car park. To our right, we see the likes of Jake Stone, Joe Clark, Dave Winchester.
We also got Nick Mesritz out there.
Big Mez.
Big Mez, the head shaper there for NMD Bodyboards.
Yeah, well, actually, Mez is here on a special delivery. He is brought in probably pretty. It's caused quite a buzz. The Dave Winchester quad channel board, I believe it's called. What do they call it? The Batwing?
I wanted to call it the Bat Sled.
The Bat Sled.
Well, that was the NMD version, so that was Benny Player's version. It was their all black version we chucked up a couple of weeks ago on the social medias, and that went bananas. Everyone was fully checking that thing out as my phone goes off, which is very unprofessional. And put that on silent.
Anyway,
but the Bat Sled, it's quad channel board. It did cause a bit of a stir. So Mez is down here actually delivering a couple to the boys. As we chucked up Dave Winchester's yesterday or the day before, as we see the rider in red punching a nice roll off the lip there. That's Lachlan Cramsie getting his heat underway, so he'll be pretty stoked with that start. But yeah, the Dave Winchester's fluoro yellow version of the Batsler, which I've coined the Joker.
Coined the Joker.
The Joker. Well, you got the bat sled, and then you've got the Joker version.
Okay.
So that's what I'm claiming it anyway. But,
maybe if you're out there listening and you've got a better name for the board, let us know. I'd like to see what the best one is, because I think we can get better than the Joker. No offense. Good going there. Very interesting board. The reaction has been super impressive, I guess. We posted a photo onto our social media, and people went bananas. There's just so many comments on there. Everyone's super excited to see this board. I was actually having a chat to Winnie in the car park right near our broadcast here earlier today about it. He said it just goes to show, that people are just frothing to see some new advancements in bodyboarding. And I guess Nick Mesritz has always been at the forefront of that. He's definitely, he's introduced a lot of game changes in his time as a shaper, including the parabolic core and, a few other things like that. But he's definitely been one of the main players in the bodyboarding game for so long, and he's got this interesting, I guess, setup.
He's built it for speed, as we see the rider throwing a nice spin just to start up. Well. He just pops out the little dog side, and he get a good score for that one. It's the first sort of good cover up that we've seen the event, and not of the event, literally just been here today. But
well, yesterday, it was the waves were actually a little bit smaller. I believe they're a little bit bigger today. But yesterday, from all reports, I guess Ben Player was just absolutely on fire, getting a bunch of barrel to maneuver combos and just showing why he is, his bodyboarders of the modern era.
As here, Shaden Schrader's going to throw a nice loopy roll off the top of that wave there to, just wasn't able to hang on. He's lost his board as well, so he's going to have a swim to the beach, which is unfortunate. And that's going to cost him. So he's going to want to... that's not good for Shaden. He's going to have to waste a couple of minutes there coming in to retrieve his board. So
yeah, it's a bit of paddle ahead of him too. It's not just right on the shore. There's plenty of water between the beach and the back break, and it's only going to get, I guess, more as the tide fills in.
Yeah, that's it. So, unfortunately for Shaden, not able to get something underway there, but there's still a few minutes to go left in this heat. We're probably about halfway through this heat here, as Cramsie is still just in the lead with a nice 5.53.
Yeah, just one wave, and he's taken a lead with 5.33. Second place is Davis with 3.83. So definitely a low-scoring heat so far. Just kind of a bit of a lull. I guess it kind of always happens when you see a change in the tide, and the waves are kind of adjust. The banks adjust.
Banks.
And I just think though, I was having a chat actually to Toby Player earlier today, and he's a Whale Beach local, and he reckons that when the tide does fill in, it should hopefully provide a bit more ramps on offer for the riders.
Yeah, we had some good reports about this time yesterday of the banks and the swell lining up and creating some good waves. That's when, as we see here, we're going to have a good look at this one. As Davis Blackwell tries to get a second wave with a big roll. Is he going to be able to hang on? That's a big whitewash. He is. He's going to come out with that one. So,
yeah.
And then following on the wave behind is Lachlan Cramsie. He's going to throw a big, loopy, nice roll off there. And he's going to have a look at another little combo move. Yeah, a second roll to finish off that nice wave. So Lachlan Cramsie definitely putting his stamp on this heat here with a very nice score to back up his 5.33.
Yeah, that was an interesting exchange there. Davis kind of showing that he's keen to knock Cramsie off the perch, but Cramsie immediately answers with the big roll on that section.
So this is going to be interesting to see how these scores pan out here. Is Davis got a 4 for that last wave there, so leaving the judges leaving it open. Not throwing out any huge scores in this heat so far. So definitely some room for the guys to put some more scores together, as we see Shaden Schrader looking to spin off the top of this one, set himself up nicely. Hopefully it bowls out here for him. He's just looking down the line here, throwing a nice loopy roll, good projection on that one, and pulls out of that. So that's a really good start for Shaden Schrader, getting underway with about 7 minutes left in this heat. So he'll be pretty happy with that, and that blows the heat wide open. So it's pretty much anyone's heat now.
The rolls seem to be the order of the day right now. I think later on in the day we will see some desperate flips and whatnot happening.
Yeah, just as these waves sort of give a little bit more on offer for the air manoeuvres, the flips and the ARSs and as the such. I don't even know if that's a frickin' phrase.
But they are kind of playing it safe with these rolls, I believe. Definitely, I know for certain that all three of these competitors can perform a backflip at the drop of a hat.
As we're still waiting for that second wave for Lachlan Cramsie to drop. So, well, in fact, we're waiting for all of the waves there from that exchange, even from Davis. So, had a little bit of a pause in the scoreboard action. But we'll get those scores to you as soon as possible. If you are watching on our webpage, Riptide.live, you will see the score box on the right-hand side there, which you can check out. And hopefully that's keeping it all updated for you, providing there's no technical difficulties. But, yeah, so coming up after this heat, what have we got left in the day? We're gonna see the Pro Junior guys get into their finals a bit later on in the day, but we've still got round 3 to come up next for the Pro Men's, I think.
So round 3 is going to, definitely start to get very interesting. Opening heat, we have Dave Winchester, Simon Cassidy, Jake Metcalf, and Daniel Fonseca all competing. Fonseca from Portugal, as we see, I believe that's Davis Blackwell just did another.
Was Davis,
another
big
roll there.
So it's Roll City out there.
It's definitely Roll City right now. I guess that's the bread and butter of competitive bodyboarding. Get a good roll in.
Roll and roll and roll and
Should we say build a house?
No.
I'm going to say it.
You can't build a house with rolls.
You can build a bakery.
He's just getting his bakery ready. He's putting those buns in the oven.
If you are watching the broadcast, give a shout out. Tell us where you're watching it from. We've got a few internationals tuning in, I guess it provides a nice break if you want your fill of competitive bodyboarding and you've been watching the Itaquera Pro in Brazil. They're kind of on lay days until Sunday, but until then, we do have some amazing bodyboarding from the ABA Tour.
This is a good set wave here for Lachlan Cramsie. He's going to get a nice section where he throws a massive invert. Is he going to hang on? Oh, he's going to fight it right to the end.
Yes.
He's
kind of,
I think they're going to have to score that one. So
I'd count that in my books.
It wasn't a clean exit, so to speak, but he did fight it all the way to the beach and came out in front of the whitewash. So that was probably one of the manoeuvres of the day. Manoeuvres. Man, that word is so weird. One of the tricks of the day.
One of the aerials.
One of the aerials of the day.
One of the boosts. One of the punts.
Punts of the day.
That was a lofty punt.
I'm going to have to get a lingo book going so I just don't become a broken record in this little box. But, geez, that from Cramsie was awesome. Far out. It was good to watch live.
Yeah, that was amazing. And
stoked we can bring it to you live as well, that you can see it. That's pretty cool.
I'm pretty psyched on it.
Pretty pumped.
As you said earlier, making Australian bodyboarding history with the first ever live webcast of a Pro Tour event in Australia. Just goes to show, the advancements in technology these days.
It's pretty nuts.
We had earlier had the Shark Island Challenge. That was the live webcast from the team at APB. They've also been providing a webcast of the Itaquera Pro in Brazil. It's been exciting over there. I guess it hasn't been the same height of waves that they had last year when they were, I think it was close to 6 to 8 foot out there, that Brazilian beach break. But, if you have been paying attention to it, it has been a pretty exciting event, and it's only going to get better with the likes of Maury Laverne, Pierre-Louis Costes, Jeff Hubbard, as we see Shaden Schrader in yellow taking a left here. Looking for it, big roll. Kind of gets lost in the wash though, unfortunately. So, incomplete maneuver there.
There's got another little shout out here to Mr. Jared Gibson from JG Boards. So he's watching on the webcast from D5 all day. So shout outs to them. Also, we've got to make sure that we do keep promoting our sponsors of the event, which is Bodyboard King, for their amazing support of this event, and Hog's Breath for supporting the tour overall, and Fresh Air Broadcast for putting this one on, along with Stealth Bodyboards. So thanks to Stealth and Fresh Air Broadcast.
Yeah, big ups to all the sponsors for seeing this event happen, and seeing this webcast happen. It's not easy work. It's not as simple as just getting your phone and having a point and watching it. There's a lot that goes on in the behind the scenes to get this webcast happening, and Fresh Air Broadcast have just been super professional and got this excellent mobile unit that they can provide a webcast for. That requires, I guess, a lot less infrastructure that was needed in previous years to get a webcast happening.
But there's still so much gear going on. It's crazy. These guys have been setting up, as I said, since about 6:30 this morning, and we just managed to pull it together about an hour ago. So the amount of stuff that they do is incredible. So big shout outs to them, and without the sponsors it wouldn't be possible. So we've got to make sure that we support those guys too. We'll give you an update on this heat with about a minute left. Cramsie is well out in front. He's got a 9 for that massive invert, which is amazing. So a good 9-point ride there, and as a 9 and a 7.33 for 16.3 for Cramsie. As we had David Blackwell's coming in second place. As Cramsie's just going to have a look at this to see if he can finish off his heat, as he just ducks out the back of that one. But Davis Blackwell, they're taking up second place with a 4 and a 3.9 for a 7.9 heat total. And Shaden Schrader has got a 5.77 for his nice wave there in the middle of the heat, and a 1.57 to give him a 7.34. So he's just finishing off his heat there with a nice roll as they come into the beach, as that heat wraps up.
Oh, and a lovely wave on the inside there, up near the rock wall. I think as the tide changes, the waves are only going to get better on that wedge. Another one again. It is definitely
pumping
over there.
We're going to see another one come through with that set. So I don't know what you guys are seeing on the screen, but we're seeing some nice waves come through that end of the beach.
Yeah, conditions definitely improving. The wind, they got a little bit, a little bit sus earlier, but they believe it's been forecast to be westerly winds all day, maybe a light southwest. So perfect conditions for a contest.
Yeah, absolutely cracking it. We're going to cut to a commercial here as we say thanks to the sponsors.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, I see you with your gun.
Welcome back, as we just heard a little word from our sponsor there. So this is the final event of the 2016 ABA Pro Tour here at Northern Beaches Pro.
Yeah, we just, if you were watching earlier, we just watched the end of round 2 and women of the Pro Men's, now moving straight into round 3 of the Pro Men's. Out in the water, we have Daniel Fonseca in red from Portugal, Jake Metcalf from Western Australia in white, Simon Cassidy in yellow from Queensland, and Dave Winnie Winchester, the local lad from Northern Beaches, and also just, one of the best bodyboarders in the world, arguably, and he's in the blue.
Yeah, so just a little bit of action going on there with the old microphones. Has anyone got a wave this heat yet?
So far, no.
I think we do. I think Simon Cassidy threw a. Is that the rider in white? Maybe paddling back out there.
Jake Metcalf.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll update you with that pretty soon.
We'll persevere through it.
We will.
So, obviously, a lot of talented riders out in the water right now. Daniel Fonseca, he's definitely been the surprise package of the tour so far. He's come over to Australia for the year on a working visa, as he's told me earlier, and just traveling around the country and just competing in events and really just raising a lot of eyebrows with his, with his just high caliber riding. It's awesome. He's definitely one of the young up and comers from Portugal. Everyone in Portugal is supporting him, and it's so good to see some international flavour on the ABA Tour this year, and especially with Daniel Fonseca. He's had a couple of quarterfinal finishes, couple of semi-final finishes, and he's been looking to improve on that at this contest today. Hopefully get the victory, but it's not going to be easy when he goes up against the likes of Dave Winchester, who is a seasoned veteran, you'd say, of competitive bodyboarding, competing on the World Tour, as well as multiple times Australian Tour champion, runner-up last year of the ABA Tour, as well as the reigning 2 times Dropney champion. The guy's got skills.
Skills to pay some bills.
Pay the mad bills. Now, I didn't actually get a chance to see before he paddled out if he actually got to ride this highly hyped quad core board? No, not quad core.
Channel.
Quad channel board. My apologies there.
Come on, man.
I know. It's just a lot of terminology to take in sometimes when it comes to bodyboards.
There is a bit going on with the old bodyboard. We do like to make it more difficult than it needs to be with just one single piece of foam. We seem to have names for everything. Rails and channels and chines and slicks and decks and pin lines and all sorts of kind of stuff going on. Talking about pin lines.
Yeah, that's not a bad segue into a bit of a bit of controversy happening earlier this week with...
Well, I'm just going to pause you there because this looks like a very tidy wave coming here as we see Dave Winchester paddle onto this.
He pulls away.
Didn't like the look of that.
So yeah, as I was saying earlier, there's been a bit of controversy over the use of the colours of the pin lines and rails, specifically black pin lines and black rails. Wemo, who are the owners of BZ Bodyboards and Moray Bodyboards, they actually have a 31-year-old trademark law on the use of black rails and black pin lines, and now decided to they're looking to enforce it. They have not. I do have to say they have not actually issued lawsuits to any board companies as of yet, but they are saying that no other board companies in the US or Puerto Rico are allowed to make and sell boards with a black rail and a black pin line. So that's a very interesting, I guess, interesting times for bodyboarding.
I know, it's, and it all came about really quickly.
It did.
It's been, hasn't been an issue for, I'm not sure when, the other companies started making them, but, it's been at least sort of 10 to 15 years that we've had, every other company doing black rails, black pin, and they are definitely a very popular combination of colours. And most of the guys, especially in Australia, I know that, over in places like Japan and Europe, the white rails are very popular. But here in Oz, it's definitely the black rail, black pin combo that seems to be the flavour of the day. So
yeah, speaking to a number, I guess, of board shapers and manufacturers, and the black is definitely the most popular color, almost international.
As we see, they're just...
Here we go.
I'm going to see Winnie get onto this one here. He's wipe off some speed and set up for that section. A big roll, and he's just
roll.
managed to get a wave under his belt. So he'll breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, because as I was correct. It was Jake Metcalf, actually, the rider in white, who got a wave that we didn't actually see. It was actually while we were cut to the ad break. So his wave was
5.67.
Yeah, 5.67 there. So but yeah, so it was Jake Metcalf there, got the 5.67 early on in the heat. So Dave Winchester just looking to get on the board to chase that wave down. So he'll be semi happy with that one. As Daniel Fonseca and Simon Cassidy still looking to get on the board here in this first heat of round 3 action.
Yeah,
so 4 men in this heat.
Yeah, very interesting. I was about to say, interesting heat draw. We did go from a 3-man heat to a 4-man heat, and then after that it's going to go back to a 2-man heat. So definitely a bit of chop and changing there. I guess these competitors have to adjust, going from 3-man to 4-man, back to man on man. That's a lot of mans in the sentence right there.
A lot of men's. There's nice roll there.
I believe that was Jake Metcalf. Just did a roll, kind of caught up in the wash there, and the sets are coming through. They're a bit too big. They're breaking a bit too wide out, so none of the competitors could get to them.
It's a bit too straight on those larger ones. So, but yeah, that was I think that was the rider in white there. My eyeballs aren't working as good as they used to when I was a younger whippersnapper.
Yeah, definitely red and white, Jake Metcalf. He went for a big roll there on that wave. Kind of come unstuck in the wash, unfortunately.
But so Dave Winchester posting a 4.67 there for that first wave of his. So only needing a 1.01 to move into that first position and secure himself a quarterfinal spot. So this round 3, top 2 go through to the quarterfinal spots.
Yeah, it's should be pretty interesting there with winning. He's definitely keen to win on his local. This is his local contest. He's from the beaches of South Curl. Now lives up in Mullumbimby in the northern New South Wales, but always eager, I guess, to show off in front of some of his mates from down the northern beaches.
Back in the hood.
Yeah, back in the hometown, the local break.
Bit of an interesting fact. If you if anyone out there, which I'm sure there's many of you, have a Dave Winchester board, check out the slick graphic and the little Dave Winchester logo on the slick, or I think on the deck even of some of his boards. But you'll see a little graphic there of 3 mountains and a marlin. So they're actually pretty significant little graphics for Dave. So the 3 mountains are his Mullumbimby Mountains out the back there, which he's very fond of, and he's set up there with his family now.
There's a cut in there. It's Daniel Fonseca in a way, but just cuts out the back.
And yeah, so the 3 mountains on that little Dave Winchester graphic are the mountains of Mullumbimby, northern New South Wales there, and the marlin. Dave Winchester is a fanatical fisherman. He loves getting the rod out. And I don't mean that in the way that you're thinking, Michael.
Yeah, get my mind out of the gutter. Sorry there.
So, but he definitely does definitely does like to wet a line, and so the marlin there's a little bit symbolic of that.
That's pretty cool. Representing his new hometown of Mullumbimby with the mountains there. If you are from the northern rivers or the northern coast of New South Wales, you would probably know about Mullumbimby. A bit of a secluded little area out behind Byron Bay.
Yeah, not far from the beaches of Byron and from Iluka there. So Winnie spending a little bit of time at those waves. The Iluka being the right-hand wedge that we see a fair bit of with the rock wall in the background. And as we see him here, he's going to stroke into this one and go left on this as he looks down the line for a position. It's going to happen. He's going to...
Went for a big, I think, flip or an ARS. They can kind of get confusing sometimes, but that looked like a backflip. but then just got caught up in the wave. He actually landed back inside the barrel there.
That was going for it there, Winnie. So not holding back, as we pretty much don't expect any of these competitors to hold back. So another dumb thing that Dave said, number 2 for the day. Oh, I got to keep a count of these somewhere. Dumb things that Dave says.
Dave-isms, we can call them.
Dave-isms. Jeez. Oh, as we see a nice wave down the beach go unridden.
Yeah, so definitely another you definitely need another coffee there, Dave, with that big sigh on air.
I haven't had one yet.
So Winnie is currently, he is in second place with a 4.83. He needed a 4.68 to move up into first. I don't know if he's going to get that with the incomplete maneuver. Currently in the lead is Jake Metcalf with a 5.67 plus a 3.83 when he did that roll earlier. Kind of big roll. He got stuck in the wash there, but the judges still rewarded him for going for it. Daniel Fonseca is still yet to catch a wave, so yet to get onto the scoreboard. Actually, take that back. He did kind of scoop across a wave and cut out. Got a 0.67, so definitely not a score that he's looking for. And a rider of his capability, he'll be looking for waves up in the 8 to 10 range.
So we've just had a little bit of a lull as our mobile office has a little bit of an alarm happening.
Yeah, would love to get this mobile office in transit and go get some takeaway coffee.
Yeah, as we just saw a little exchange. That was an interesting exchange. Sort of the rider in red there took off on a wide one, and Dave Winchester followed him behind him. Now, I'm not sure what the judges will do there. I don't think it was an interference. Dave was well deeper than Daniel Fonseca there from Portugal, the rider in red. So,
yeah, this is it's a 4-man priority heat, and that's I guess there's been a bit of controversy over the 4-man priority heats as well on the World Tour stage.
Oh, that's controversial.
It's controversial.
We're going there this early, Michael.
We're going there.
I think it's something. I'd never tackle that subject. we would spend I'm in no position under decaffeinated.
I do get various opinions though on it. A lot of people do. There should be a priority system in place and heats. Other have spoken to me and said that they don't think there should be riders out in the water. And as we just saw Metcalf go roll, still on the wave as well.
Rolling here, which is pro.
Rolling on the
Rolling. Lots of rolling in it. Alright, 0.67 and a 3.8 for that wave just then, and a 3 before that wave of his. So that little exchange plays out.
Yeah, I guess it's not like Mr. Cassidy is actually definitely one title actually, so it's a bit of a warm up for him. But he would be looking to show that he can.
Look at this one. He's going to nice ARA landing as well, so that's a really nice move from as Simon Cassidy. He's going to get his first wave of the underway here. There's a roll and comes out second. Close with that wave, I would think, Michael.
Yeah, I think so. Big road away on the wash. I think the judges were definitely rolls inside on the move, and they've scored highly for that. As we've seen earlier, Lachlan Cramsie getting a 9-point just for busing big invert. So that's what the judges are looking for. We do have some quality judges on hand. We have actually Josh Tabone kind of overlooking it all. and a bunch of, I guess, ABA Tour
is on the panel as well. Because I'm commentary out the side of our van here, so I just got that one lower. There's 6.3 Daniel Fonseca, so that is going to be enough to push him into second. But we are still waiting on score. Oh, there we go. Geez, that's equation quite a bit as the scores just lock in there. So Daniel Fonseca, he's got a 6.33 off a 10.9. Oh, he's leading the way from Dave Winchester in second place with a 4.93 for a 9.8. So Winchester on 9.8. This has just improved his score. Sorry, we just saw another in there. So 0.06 for Winchester. Still in second. Calf needs a 4.39 to jump into that second. And he's got a heat total of 5, but he does have a one place above Winchester. Simon Cassidy is looking 5 under his belt. He's currently, so he needs a 0.06 to go into second. So it's still wide open here. We're a couple of minutes to go though, so it's winding down as we're going to see a bit of a battle here as Daniel Fonseca takes off on this one. And it's going to give him a little section here. He's probably going to get around that and try
another flip
off that. But I think he just got back. Actually, all three of them. Cassie's going to take off on the right as Dave takes the left. I don't know who was capturing that. Simon Cassidy punching a massive while Dave Winchester went left and just did a invert. So pretty sick.
And this is obviously the first two actually progress through to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Second two left to kind of pack. Is in fourth. So competing in the Pro Junior. He's actually got pretty early in the Pro Junior. Yes, the ABA Pro Junior crown.
Beach.
From the beach on the beach.
Beach on the beach. To a general manager on the mic, and he's just 7-point right. Position with that last huge.
And that's it. Bam, bam.
Yeah, done. All just like that. Just happened way too fast for me, Michael. I'm not used to this. That was very rapid.
Yeah, I'm a little scrambled. So what actually happened?
So what happened?
Who's winning?
If these scores locked in, I think Daniel Fonseca's actually just been knocked from first to third as the exchange between Winchester and with Simon 3-3 for that huge invert, and Simon Cassidy locked in a 7 for the big roll. So that's got them through. Dave Winchester finishes the heat in first position with the 8.33 to go with his 5.23, which is given him a 13.56 to take out the heat, with Simon Cassidy coming from absolutely nowhere. I'd written him off with about 5 minutes to go, so it just goes to show how quickly it can change. But he came from nowhere to post a 4 and a 7 to give himself an 11 and taking the second place by 0.1 of a point.
0.01 or 0.1?
No. So he got an 11, and Daniel Fonseca
Cassidy.
So
his pro tour, his pro men's. He's got a busy day. The Pro Junior as well. Simon Cassidy is definitely, as we said, one of the young up and coming this weekend, which is pretty unfortunate because he's always definitely one of the standouts in both the pro juniors as well as when he gets in pro men's. Find ways and just absolutely kids from the sunny coast. I tell you what, you look at the pro men's race, we have the likes of Michael No, Cade Sharp, and Lachlan Cramsie, all from the Sunshine Coast. And they're the ones that are in contention, obviously. And then it's a Queensland in the Pro Junior. The race is, I guess, wide open between Simon Cassidy from Lucas, who's the local lad from.
He moved straight in.
It's heat 18 of
It is second heat of round 3, as I would like to rather call it. But we've got in the water now, we just saw a good exchange there between Lee Wilson, the rider from WA, in yellow, and Mick Daly, the rider from New South Wales, in blue, getting their heat underway very early on. So they'll paddle back out to try and find a second wave, as we've got Joe Clark from Queensland in the rider in white, and Ricky Michael from New South Wales in red. So Joey needs to get through this heat. It's a big one for him.
Yeah, if he wants to, if he gets knocked out in this round, I guess he has to kind of wait and see and Lachlan Cramsie.
Looking for a section that's not going to arrive, so not a great choice of wave there for them, but cool yet. Put a wave on the
Mick Daly out there, Northern Beach old school locals, always been in the competition scene, I guess, back in the day. If you head onto our website, listen to an interview from Dave Winchester, he holds Mick Daly in high esteem as the day, Movement Magazine, and then we have Toby with Bodyboarding amongst Sydney bodyboarders, producing some big names in Australian bodyboarding. The likes of Chris James, I guess the big names in the surfing world, always travelling down south and chasing some monster swells. Ewan actually lives in this area and he's at Club Barbecue right now, out in the water, just absolutely frothing like a grom, as we see in red.
This is Ricky Michael from New South Wales trying a nice move. That's a really nice move from Ricky Michael there. So I'm about to call him Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby, yeah, it's a good name.
Oh, don't go down that road, David. Jeez.
But yeah,
Ricky Michael there with a nice invert to get his heat underway. All right, so this is the heat update. We got We got Mick Daly in first position in New South Wales with a 5.17 and a 4.9 to give himself a 10.47 with just 5, and he's looked to put another score on the board with about half of the heat left. He's in third position. Michael with that invert will probably jump at least Joe and move into third place. So Joe with some work to do.
Yeah, definitely nervous times for Joe. He definitely wants to just put all doubt aside, I guess, with this ABA Tour, championship race. He definitely wants to basically win it here and just cement his spot as the Australian champion. It's been his quest for a number of years. He's come pretty close in previous years, and I think he's in the best position he's ever been in right now.
Ricky Michael takes off on a nice little inside one. Nice spin to roll combo. Bit of a smaller wave. Just snuck one in under the guy sitting out the back there. So he puts 2 waves on the board. So he's got a 5.07 for that first one. As Lee Wilson from WA throws a nice flip off the top of that. And he's going to roll. So he's 5 waves, four waves now. And Joe's just paddling over here. He's going to look at this set wave that's about to come through.
Yeah, some sets coming.
So it's not. So way.
It's been a lot of 5s.
Yeah, the door is definitely open for a bigger square, as we've seen.
To get an Australian title crown. He's saying that that's his goal, without a doubt, this year was to win the ABA Tour, and he's just been super impressive this year. He came agonising close to victory at D-Bar, lost to Michael Novi, but got a second place overall. As we see the rider in red, Ricky Michael, paddle for a wave, but decide otherwise.
No dice,
and then down to Mystics again. Probably ran into a bit of a boo take. I believe third place that he had won previously, and just basically he did. That's just how he did it. He just won it.
No turn of phrase there, Mike. The colour to this commentary.
He has won it previously. I believe in 2014.
Just ducks out the back of that one. They're back quick enough to rip, and he's not going to be able to make it out the back, I don't think. There is some. Oh my god!
If there's going to be a change in the situation. Tension is gripping, but for these scores to drop and for the riders to find themselves back in position.
We're going to have a paddle battle here to get
cover up. Barrel.
And Daly on the blue going right. He gets a barrel and comes out the right, claims it as well. So,
and from my understanding, is that the end of the heat? I could be wrong. I have 2 minutes left in the heat. I do apologise there.
1 minute.
In the heat.
And leading from Lee Wilson, who we are waiting for that score to drop from Lee. He went 5 to jump into first with a drop and could find himself in first. That little barrel only needed a 5.1 to go into first. That situation could change as well. And Joe,
we just stacked every heat from
so,
down. Really.
So good.
As Joe I believe he now lives in Sydney. Joining him is Ben player, Cade Sharp.
Up and riding on to a cover up. There's a roll out of that. Siren. So Wilson with that big flip got a 7.5 for that wave. Take out that heat from Mickey Daly in blue from New South Wales.
It's definitely here. Joe will now, if all goes as predicted, Joe is going to have to put his board in the boot and kind of sit on the beach and just see how this all pans out. He's left his ABA Tour chase up to the gods.
Yes.
And straight away, next heat is on. Pretty epic heat. Ben Player in white, Cade Sharp in yellow, Dan Worsley from South Africa in red, and Shaden Schrader from Port Mac in the blue. As we see, yellow Cade Sharp straight away into it. Nice big roll into a barrel.
There's a nice set coming through though. Here we go.
And this is Shaden in blue taking a right.
He's going to throw it. Oh, just decided to...
Little carve to spin there. Probably went up to hit the lip, but it didn't quite, I guess, do what he thought it was going to do.
So he's just checked his little right on that one. But yeah, that last heat. Oh.
So the scores come in for that?
Yeah, so Lee Wilson finished off the heat with a 7.5 and a 4.8. So he actually finished the heat in first. Lee Wilson from WA finishing that last heat in first position with a 12.3 from Mick Daly, in New South Wales, in blue, came in second with a 10.6. Ricky Michael from New South Wales in red couldn't quite do it. He finished with a 9.67. And Joe Clark, well, story of that heat, finishing in fourth place, not being able to put together the heat that he wanted. And so his title hopes are now left to the other competitors. So, geez, it's going to be a long day for Joe just waiting out.
Yeah, it's going to be some. We're going to see some pacing up and down the beach, I'm sure.
We are, we see a set approaching here. As we see the rider in red, Dan Worsley, just tucking out the back of that one. But this set's going to break just over the two competitors out the back there. So Ben Player and Shaden Schrader hanging out the back. And just ducking under that set wave, nothing on offer.
Now, I'm particularly excited to see Ben Player out here, actually. This is his local break. Probably no one knows this wave better than Benny Boy. And he was, from all reports, just super impressive yesterday. Scored the highest heat total of the day. And he looks psyched to turn some heads today, I guess.
He was here very early in the car park, Ben was, as we see the rider in red, Dan Worsley from South Africa, punching a nice flip off the top of that one. He's just got caught up in the wash, so not able to bring it round. But Ben, we rocked up to the car park, and Ben was probably one of the first people here, just sitting in his car, scoping the scene of his local break and assessing the conditions and, putting together his plan to take out the comp today. I'd dearly love to win this local comp of his. As you would, any comp that you that's at your local break you want to do well in. But Ben Player very, very keen to put together a great comp and take this one out. So he'll be fighting hard. Cade Sharp in contention though. So,
and Cade, I guess, just kind of scraped through in his last round 2 heat to move on to the next round. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does out there right now, especially against the likes of Ben Player, who, from all reports, very competitive. I mean, obviously takes a lot of competitive edge to win 3 world titles. And he's, even free surfing, he, from all reports, he's always the guy that gets the most waves in every session. As we get a little car order happening at our mobile studio here. Big ups to Dylan Beach, ABA Tour Manager, for putting together yet another amazing event here in Northern Beaches Pro. In my opinion, such an awesome addition to the ABA Tour. I guess there was a lot of debate over the fact that there was no Mandurah comp this year. But from all reports, that's hopefully going to come back next year. And I definitely want to see Northern Beaches stick around in the future, because it's good to see a Sydney comp.
It's an amazing little comp venue as well. Whaley Beach here and the Northern Beaches in New South Wales. So it's a pretty nice setup. You guys are looking out to the waves at the moment. But we're kind of in a bit of a natural amphitheatre here with probably good set of cliffs off to our left. Plenty of houses overlooking it, as there is to be expected on the beaches up here in Sydney. A lot of big homes overlooking this little break. But yeah, we're down in a bit of a...
Yeah, it's serene. It's serene.
It's nice. It's very, very nice.
It's very nice. I'm a fan of the area.
We got the rider up in white here.
That's BP himself.
Benny player. Doing it for the home thing.
Gets into the barrel. Didn't quite make it out there. So probably one to scrub off the list. And if you are watching this live broadcast, please give us a shout out. Where you're from. We want to know who is watching, where you're watching from. This is, I guess, in my opinion, World Tour quality riders and an event. You know, the likes of 3-time world champion Ben player Dave Winchester, who was a regular on the World Tour. Is now just kind of chilling out in his home in Mullumbimby, but always making the effort to go to events. He actually competed in Pipeline earlier this year and was definitely one of the standouts. And then we have the likes of Lachlan Cramsie, Cade Sharp, Joe Clark. As we see in yellow, that is... Who is that?
That's Cade Sharp.
That's Cade Sharp with the flip.
Throwing a little flip. And with that little flip, I'm going to flip out of here. And I am going to introduce Mr. General Manager himself, Dylan Beach.
Dylan Beach is going to make his way to the hot seat. So as that happens, we're just going to go through the scores a bit. Currently in the lead is Cade Sharp with a 4.83. I think there might be a situation change with that wave there. Second place, we have Shaden Schrader in blue. Third place, Dan Worsley in red, who is currently on the wave right now. Looking for a section that doesn't quite work for him. And then in fourth place, we have Benny Player. I believe he has no score recorded, but I do know that he has caught at least one wave so far and will be looking to improve on his score. As we see in blue, Shane Schrader with the spin to roll there. Something that he's very adept at doing. Kid from Port Mac. And in yellow, Cade Sharp straight away. Goes for it, cuts out the back there. Doesn't quite work out to what he wants. So we are just kind of just a little bit of a situation change there. Scores coming in. We're kind of makeshifting this live as Mr. Dylan Beach, ABA Tour Director, does make his way in. Say hi to the folks out there, Dylan.
Good morning, everyone listening in at home and watching in. Good morning, Michael. Thanks for bringing me into the webcast van. It is quite an amazing little setup that you guys have got here, and it's quite pumping down here at the Northern Beaches for the Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro. And,
yeah, it's a compact little setup. We're live from the car park. We believe we're in the action. You know, we have the likes of Ben Player, his car just kind of parked up next to us. Everyone's kind of hanging out. There's people skating. See Cramsie walking up and down the beach. We're in the midst of the action here.
Oh, mate, I tell you what, like it's you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. We've got Ben. I don't know if you call Ben Player's car a car. It is an absolute truck.
It is a beast.
When you see him driving around, it's just like
get off the road.
Yeah, get off the road, clear the road because BP is coming through, and it's just great to see the likes of Ben Player and Dave Winchester coming down. Ben Player, of course, 3-time world champion. And to see him down. This is the first time he's actually surfed an Australian Pro Tour event since 2012, where he competed up at D-Bar. So
yeah. So tell me, how did you manage to land someone of Ben Player's quality to an event?
A little bit of help from our shop sponsor, who also happens to be his bigger brother, Toby Player. Yeah, Toby Player, of course, owns Bodyboard King. So he's the presenting sponsor of the Northern Beaches Pro. So he obviously twisted his arm a little bit, and this is Ben Player's local wave. So there was no doubt in his mind that he was going to compete down here, and he definitely didn't want anyone coming into his home ground and taking away the victory. So BP is definitely looking for nothing less than a first place finish here, because he'll be pretty disappointed if he doesn't come home with a win, and definitely keeping the title up here in the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dylan, for those that don't know, this is your first year as the ABA Tour Manager. Previously, you have worked, I guess, closely with the ABA. How's it been, I guess, as a learning experience as the ABA Tour Manager this year?
Yeah, you're right. So this is my first year. In the past, I have organised the South Australian leg down at Knights Beach for 3 or 4 years. And so, yeah, I've sort of had a pretty good idea of the operations and how it went. Obviously, taking over the event from Ben Oborn, the outgoing general manager, as he went overseas for work. I tell you what, it's been a pretty big learning curve. Being involved in the industry prior, probably not to the same extent as I was now, and bringing together 4 events across Australia, working with so many different sort of little stakeholders and bodyboarders in the industry, and really trying to set up a really good tour, rolling on for what Ben and Nick had done in previous years. So it's been a good experience. There's been definitely a lot of work behind the scenes getting something like this up and running, and but I'll tell you what, like, when we can bring you guys down and we can get a webcast going, and we've got pumping waves for the final stop, and we've got guys like Dave Winchester and Ben Player and Jake Stone.
Speaking of Ben, just catching a wave there with the roll.
Yeah,
Sorry to interject there. There's a bit of an exchange going on. We have Shaden Schrader in blue, again taking a left, and he does another roll there. So yeah, as you were saying, you got you've created history, I guess, or been a part of creating history here with having the first live webcast of an Australian bodyboarding tour event, as well as in your first year, you've managed to bring in an entirely new event with the Northern Beaches Pro.
Yeah, well, we had we obviously weren't able to bring the WA Pro back onto the schedule for 2016, which we're working really hard already to bring it onto 2017. So obviously the Northern Beaches was a pretty close backup after WA. So once that went off the schedule, it was straight onto the Northern Beaches. So yeah, it's an exciting thing to be a part of. It's only a small tour in the scheme of things, but we work with some really good people, guys like Riptide, like yourselves. All the bodyboarders are always helping out, and the industry that support the tour are some great people. So we're amped to bring it to you, and we've got some big things already happening in the plans for 2017. So
absolutely, that's, I guess, the question on the tip of everyone's tongue is, what's your vision for the ABA Tour? Actually, as we do watch Rider in Red, that was Dan Wolsey, did a little spin there to roll. Yeah, as I was saying, what is, I guess, your vision for the future years? Do you hope to keep the Northern Beaches event as well as to add some other events in the future?
Yeah, of course. The Northern Beaches, I think this year will probably cement their spot. It's obviously, like, look at the setup. We've got great weather. We've got great waves. We've got a good turnout. Bodyboard King, love the event, and also so they've already hopefully will back it up for 2017. So for next year, we're working really hard to bring the Western Australia event back onto the schedule. From there, we'll go to Queensland for the Inverted D-Bar Pro, which has already been locked in. Nice. Mystics Pro, which will work off and is definitely a favourite for all the riders. And then we'll head down to South Australia, my little home break.
For the Knights Pro?
Yeah, for the Knights Pro. That wave is... it's underrated by a lot of riders. Definitely underrated by a lot of riders, but it is ever consistent.
Yeah, it's always consistent, and in my opinion, it's always one of the highlights to see.
Yeah, 10 years we've never had bad waves, so
that's amazing.
Amazing. So it's my little baby of event. So as soon as if I'm ever as the general manager, I will always be pushing for that event to be going live. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
As we see Cade just doing a spin there, getting into a barrel. He's going to roll off the section there. He's going to kind of try and cement his place in first.
Yeah, so this is actually a really interesting heat. I'm sure you guys have touched on the tour scenario with Cade Sharp, Joe Clark, Mike May, a 3-time world champion. So quite a big upset.
Yeah.
So
well, in the previous heat we did. So
I
Joe,
missed that.
oh well, Joe Clark leaves his title hopes, I guess, hands of the other riders in terms
Yeah.
of Cade Sharp as well and Novi, who are all still to compete. And Cade's, he just kind of scraped through, and he seems to be on fire right now. Flip there.
He's sort of tired. We are getting a little bit of a backwash, which sort of sections like that, which you saw of Ben Player, just getting a little bit of kick up as he hit.
Schrader in blue gone to ways for everyone.
Yeah.
And the judges' tent all morning. Been the report from the riders. Have they out there or?
We saw, especially Dave Chester's heat, where we saw it was quite for 5 or 10 minutes, but we'll see conditions as that tops just improve throughout. High tide was this afternoon, went to the finals. We will definitely condition. This south to southeast swell peaked last night, and we will see it sort of slowly maybe drop a little bit, but we're looking at a bit of a pulse. So there's going to be a bit of a pulse coming through late tonight, which we might see
the start of it
this afternoon. So we could potentially see a little bit of a kick. So like yesterday afternoon through down at Whaley, really just slow up at higher tide. But I reckon
as we were talking about earlier was the future vision for the ABA tour. You were saying that you do hope to very soon. Though I understand you are needed. That's okay. The beach. I'll let you get out.
It's a tough question comes on.
The tough one. So you've escaped it now, but don't worry, Riptide.
Beautiful. Can't wait. Thanks very much for looking, and thank you to obviously Saul Heaviside as well as the team at Fresh Air Broadcasters for a live webcast. Happen. Do not go anywhere because we're getting down to the pointy end. Yeah, actually, just so we know for the future, is it going straight into the Pro Men's Round 4 or going into? Okay, excellent. Yep. So will be up and coming.
Commercial break. Thank you very much, Dylan, coming in.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, guys.
My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon.
Mr. Beach, who was in the hot seat earlier, telling us about his vision for the future.
Oh, what by the way. Absolutely nothing.
He's managed to, in his first year, the Mandurah Pro not going ahead, and he decided to just put another stop in there, Northern Beaches Pro Tour, and tell you what, it's been an epic day so far. It's been a weekend.
Yeah, I was just heads up Bodyboard King, the sponsor, absolutely stoked event here, and they worked with the webcast. As we saw, didn't manage to ride out of it. That was a interesting wave there from Novi, but yeah, as I said, so Bodyboard King with having an event, and stoked with having the first live webcast an ABA Tour event as well.
Yeah, was telling us that he does intend to, as well as all the other regular stops, be a 5-stop tour of
just pros everywhere.
Yeah.
And gee, I tell you what, if there's a professional rider somewhere in the world, I would do a tour, because come over 5 months in Australia and compete on the Pro Tour, get yourself a victory.
Yeah, well, we're already seeing, I guess, a bit of an international flavour. Have Daniel Fonseca coming over here on a 1-year visa, travelling Australia and competing in all the events, and I think it's proved a worthy trip to do for him. He's gotten a lot of media attention out of it. I tell you what, I barely knew the guy before this year, and now I definitely know who he is. He's been in quarterfinals, semifinals, and on top of that, he's been surfing some amazing free surf sessions down the south coast. Plans to go over the WA, surf the box and waves of that over there. And then we've even saw Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii always makes a trip out for at least one event.
Yeah, he does. And unfortunately, he got called back into action, having to head back to Brazil for the Itaquachara Pro.
As we see Cramsie in white.
Oh, he's flying down the line on this one. Good
speed,
good
flip.
projection, nice flip, and finishing it off with a roll as well off the backwash.
Yeah.
As the Michael Novi in yellows follows his with a nice flip as well, but not being able to finish that manoeuvre. So Lachlan Cramsie with a really good wave there. Expect that one to go into his little keeper box of waves. And then as we head down to about 12 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah.
So Cramsie had a 5, so we'll give you a heat rundown. Lachlan Cramsie was in first place before that little exchange with a 5-point ride and a 1.73 for a 6.73 heat total. He was leading from Jake Stone, whose first wave got him a 6.33, so very solid opening wave from Jake Stone, setting himself up nicely for the rest of the heat. He's the rider in red. Michael Novi there with that incomplete ride, unfortunately, just then with a 2.9 and a 1.4 for 4.3 total, while Marshall Watson from South Australia are in the blue with a 3.6 opening wave. So expect that wave there from Lachlan Cramsie to push himself further into the lead, as we see Marshall Watson up and riding on a left-hander, and he looks for the lip. A nice projection there, throws a little innie. Doesn't look like he rode out of that one though, so he'll be disappointed with that. Obviously, you know, the left hand it's there, giving him plenty of practice on the lefts, but not being able to pull that one, as we're going to see Jake Stone here paddle into a left-hander. He's looking down the line, getting a nice line off the top. Good flip. He's going to use all his strength to pull around, but no dice either. So a couple of incomplete waves there, seeing from Novi, from Marshall Watson, and from Jake Stone, all in a row, unable to complete, which will suit Lachlan Cramsie down to a T, because he has just posted a 9.67 for that last ride.
Far out.
And then backs it up just then with another flip.
Tell you what.
So, which was actually incomplete, but Lachlan Cramsie 9.67 there for that wave just a bit earlier on. Incredible stuff. So he puts himself way out in first place with a 14.67 heat total. So with a 9.67 and a 5, as we see a big set approaching here from the back. Lachlan's going to actually have a look at this, but the rider probably best to capitalise is actually the rider in blue, who's not going to have a look. He's paddling over the back. Everyone pushing over that one, actually.
Yeah, and I guess, as I was saying earlier, when you speak to a lot of people about Lachlan Cramsie, everyone just agrees that he's probably one of the best competitive surfers in Australia, if not the world. He's just a freak. He can manage to find, I guess, areas to boost off and to do moves that other people would just think is impossible.
So what would you know, what makes you a good competitive surfer? Is it the ability to do crazy moves? Is it...
I think it's a combination of a lot of things, but, it's, excellent wave choice, I guess, calm under pressure.
Yeah.
As well as having your wits about you in terms of using your priority and whatnot. I think there's a lot of things that kind of go into play with it, not just being a talented rider. Because we've seen a lot of talented free surfers that go into competitions and they struggle.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, I think, with this competitive surfing, competitive bodyboarding in particular, where, it's a lot of aerial moves that get scored quite highly, particularly in these sorts of waves. Obviously, waves like Pipeline and Chopu tend to lend itself more to the barrel riding side of things, but in conditions like this, and most of the waves around Australia, it'll be the big one manoeuvre waves that get scored the highest. And I think consistency is probably the key. If you're landing 80-90% of your tricks every time you go for one, that's going to put you in very good stead. You see a lot of riders out there who can do some unbelievable tricks, but they might only land 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10, like everyone that they go for.
Yeah.
And in a competition situation, you're just not going to have that kind of opportunity. So, Lachlan Cramsie, his consistency actually blows you away of how many waves he actually completes and rides out of. And I think that's what probably puts him in my mind anyway, sort of in front of a lot of his other fellow competitors, just in terms of how many waves he actually completes.
Yeah, absolutely. And and as you said, with the consistency with these maneuvers, like the thing like the backflip, I guess for a lot of riders, it's something that you probably could only land like 1 in 10 or 1 in 5 or something like that. I guess back in the day, a backflip was such a hard move to do. Now it's, if you want to be at the top level of bodyboarding competition, the backflip is something that you just have to be able to do whenever the opportunity arises.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what we're seeing, especially in the Pro Junior. I know, the Pro Junior doesn't get talked about enough, I think. But this year, watching it firsthand from a lot of the competitions, you are starting to see guys like Shaden Schrader and the likes of the young guys coming through actually consistently land those manoeuvres a lot more, as we see Lachlan Cramsie again lining up. He's pulling some good speed into this. He's going to look for a section And again, backflip out of it, but, oh, there we go. We've just put the mockers on him, Michael. We have just given him the old commentary kiss of death.
I'm glad to have that power, so I just need to use it for good.
Well, it's our first time wielding this new power of the commentary kiss of death, so we've maybe wielded it a little bit too early. But Lachlan Cramsie's just done his own work anyway very early on in the heat, so he doesn't need any more of our help. He's got himself out to a 14.67 heat score total, with a massive 9.67 in front of Jake Stone, who's backed his 6.33 up with a 1.53, giving him a heat total of 7.86. Jake needing an 8.53 to jump into first place. In third position, Marshall Watson from South Australia, repping the South Oz crew, the Knights local, is on a 5.2 heat total. He's actually comboed, and so is Novi. So interesting, Novi's had a really, really strong ABA tour, and he is one of the contenders. So Novi's, with 5 minutes to go in this heat, he's got a fair bit of work in front of him to push himself into that quarterfinal spot.
Yeah.
He's comboed, and he has got a fair bit to do, but
Novi has had an amazing year.
He has had an amazing year.
He's won the ABA Big Wave Tour, or Big Wave Awards. Apologies for that amazing wave at the right, as we see Marshall in blue.
So on his favoured left-hand side, he's just going to push a roll off the top of that bigger wave. Comes out clean, but not super critical, but a very nice wave nonetheless. As we see the tide begin to fill in, where Novi's going to look at this left-hander, but it's going to roll out the top. Stoney's going to push a massive flip at the same end, but not being able to hold it. So the backwash making it a bit difficult for the riders to land those moves. There seems to be a little bit of extra lump in the water when they go to land, and
but we have seen some. We saw Cramsie kind of use the backwash to his advantage on one of his waves when the wash came in. He hit it for a roll instead of just a little roll in the wash. It projected him above the wave.
Yeah, he did. That's sort of a bit of. That's that little extra X factor that some of these guys have, where I would probably not have even seen it and probably look like a flailing seal. He's actually used that to his advantage and made it look epic. So those guys, that's why they're some of the best in Australia, because they have the ability to make things out of nothing, and that's probably added to his score. So 4 minutes to go.
4 minutes ago, we see Cramsie actually still in the lead with 14.67, so quite a commanding lead from the man from Queensland, who's actually now based himself in Kiama in the South Coast. Second place, Jake Stone. Actually,
So there's
I believe he's moving third, sorry.
Well, there was a bit of a situation change there, I think, with Marshall Watson's last wave. Marshall might have just got enough. Marshall might have just done enough to push himself actually into second.
Marshall has moved up into second with a 5.8 on that last wave to give him a total of 9.4. Jake Stone in third, 8.1 total. He needs a 3.07 to move up in second.
Ooh, see now, this is where it gets really exciting, because Jake is a competitive machine. He will not rest. He knows he's behind. He knows he needs the score to push himself into second place and into that quarterfinal spot. And he will be sitting out there currently with stone cold look in his eyes.
And we also have another potential upset in the likes of Michael Novi if he doesn't progress through. That puts his, ABA Tour race. I guess that they might even remove him from the race.
It might actually. We're going to have to check that, as Jake Stone pulls a nice flip. Finishes it with a roll, so
he was needing a 3.07.
So dare say that will be a 3.07.
If I was a gambling man, I would put my money on that.
Are you a gambling man, Michael? Are we allowed to talk about gambling? Do we have any gambling restrictions? Can we talk about sports bet?
We could discuss it if you feel so inclined.
I don't know. I don't know if we. I'm not even sure of the broadcasting rules around our situation here. It's all new to me, so would hazard a guess that there was, we could probably talk about it if we wanted to.
Well, there is no odds for this event, so I guess we can can discuss, I guess, the
Here we go. Marshall
see
Watson is
Marshall
going to
Watson
try
in
and
blue.
answer back from Stoney here. He's going to look at it. Stoney's going to watch him paddling back out as well. Is it going to
try
give
and
him
psych
anything?
out.
I think he's just...
Ooh. They're saying there's a flip. Yeah, I guess it's a flip.
it was...
It's like
We'll leave that one to the judges, I think.
so, with, I believe, 2 minutes to go, score's still dropping in, and it's going to get interesting here.
Well, I think Stoney's done enough, to be honest.
But what's going to happen with Novi here? You know, Novi's had such an amazing season. I don't think he just wants to... he's not going to walk away quietly as he's paddling for a wave
this
now.
is shaping up to be a nice wave for him, so could he sneak something here?
Ooh,
He has flipped
there.
and landed it on a nice size wave as well, so... It's going to go down to the wire.
Definitely getting interesting. I guess when we were going through the scenarios, I am going to try and get the scenarios up and find out just exactly what's going to happen there.
I'm going to leave the scenarios to you because you're far better versed in that area situation at the moment than I am.
Best through yourself from the race.
Right, there you go.
Basically, he must win the final and just lose in the semis.
Well, that's already happened, so that's one scenario that's playing out as we speak. But he's got about a minute to back it up, so... Oh, jeez. The Novi needs a 6-point ride. As Stoney's up on this one. He's going to get a little cover up. Can he sneak out? Nah. As Marshall Watson's going to look at this left-hander. He's going to push a loopy roll off the top and come out. He's going to hang on in the front. So it's a battle going on for that second position between Jake Stone and Marshall Watson. We've got about 30 seconds left in the heat. Jake Stone's pushed himself back into second position with that flip to roll combo, and that's all she wrote for the heat. So we're going to wait. Well, what's happened is Lachlan Cramsie's dominated that heat, so he's going to go through, but we're going to wait for a final score to drop from Marshall Watson. So Michael Novi on his last wave scored a 6.3, but that wasn't enough to put him into second. Jake Stone's holding down that second position with a 12 total, and Marshall actually needed a 6.21 on that last wave to push him in to second. So we're going to wait and see what that comes back with, but Marshall Watson with that last wave needing a 6.21 to take the second position in front of Jake Stone. Just going to be tight. We're just going to wait.
I can see Joe Clark standing in the car park watching what's happening now, because I believe if Novi doesn't make it through here, that's another, I guess, person out of contention, leaving both Cramsie and Cade Sharp in contention.
Okay, so at the end of that heat, we're just going to flick to a little ad break now in between these two heats as we come back with the Pro Junior.
I think we have an official result, though, with Cramsie won the heat, 14.67. Jake Stone second with the 12. Marshall Watson third, 10.17. And Michael Novi in fourth, eliminated from the contest, and his ABA Tour hopes have now disappeared.
We'll be back after this quick break.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, how the way you taste. Rebel, I see you with your gun.
break during the juniors here, so if you want to just go hang out for a second. You got 40 minutes. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Hello? Yo. Yeah, I was. We're having a break during the juniors, so if you want to go take a break for 40 minutes. We're not live.
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
We're taking a break, 40 minutes.
Okay, we're taking a break.
Yeah,
Alright,
40 minutes.
right now?
Yeah.
Right, oh, so I can stop?
Yep.
Facebook? Oh, right.
I was thinking, what if like there's still nothing on that TV screen, is there?
Nah. Oh, it's just saying HDMI 1. guys, and we are back here live from the 2016 ABA Tour Northern Beaches Pro. We just took a little break there while we had got some things sorted out for the rest of the day, because we are heading down into the action end of the day today. So we got the we got the quarterfinals of the men's in the water now, which we'll run through with you shortly. We're going to run those back to back, and then we're going to run the men's semi-finals, and we're going to run the pro junior final and the men's final after that. So while we were away, we just had the 2 semi-finals of the pro junior, and just to recap quickly on those, we had Simon Cassidy and Noah Gilroy go through in the first semi-final for the pro junior, and joining them in the pro junior final will be Hugh and Liam Lucas, the 2 brothers there. So that's going to come up before the men's final in a little while. But
yeah, that was an interesting pro junior, I guess, semi-finals there, because both Simon Cassidy and Liam Lucas are actually in contention for the pro junior title, and now they're going to be in the final, I guess, battling each other for the title. As we see, Dave Winchester just busted a massive ARS, or maybe it was a backflip, kind of came unstuck there in the wash. We're straight into the quarterfinals of the pro men's, and it's just going off. We have likes of Dave Winchester in the water, Lee Wilson. We have, who else do we have there? We have Simon Cassidy and Mick Daly. So all 4 guys have just basically been just straight away, as soon as the buzzer's gone off, just gone crazy.
yep,
Seen Lee Wilson
going crazy.
saw Lee Wilson do quite a big backflip there, and then we've just seen Dave Winchester kind of answer with his own backflip, but kind of got stuck up there in the wash.
Yeah, so back to the action here. Well, we've got Simon Cassidy, who's also going to feature in the pro junior final. He's in the water in the yellow jersey from Queensland. Joining him, as Michael said, Lee Wilson, Dave Winchester, and Mick Daly, local legend, and sort of one of the local hopes for the comp. I'm sure he'll be absolutely frothing to be this far deep in the rounds and going for the win.
He's been surfing well this whole contest so far, and definitely one of the dark horses. But pretty interesting. We have a 4-man heat priority in place, and these 4-man heats are just looking deadly for anyone involved in them, because there's the likes of Jake Stone, Lachlan Cramsie, Kate Sharp, Dave Winchester, obviously, Ben Player, some of the biggest names in Australian bodyboarding, all competing against each other in these 4-man heats. It's going to be just so action-packed. It's going to be ridiculous.
It is going to be pretty crazy. So looking forward to wrapping up the end of this day.
Yeah. So the first, let me get this right, the first 2 from each of these 4-man heats progress through to the semi-finals. So in this quarterfinal, we basically have Dave Winchester, Lee Wilson, Simon Cassidy, Mick Daly. In semi-final 2, we have Cade Sharp, Lachlan Cramsie, Ben Player, and Jake Stone. So 2 from each of those quarters will make it through to the semis. Things have gotten interesting since we left. Obviously, Joe Clark got knocked out of his heat. Since then, Michael Novi actually got knocked out of the contest from his heat, finishing in 4th place. That basically eliminates Novi from the ABA Tour race. Joe is still in contention. He has to wait and see what happens to Cade and Lachlan in these following heats. So as we see the rider in yellow, Simon Cassidy, kind of having a look, but not too interested in it. There's a few sets kind of rolling in here. The tide has peaked and high tide about 12:30, so now it's going to start going down. Looks like mid-tide works best for this wedge, as we see Dave Winchester in red.
Oh, nice little cover up.
A nice little forward spin there.
Finishes off with a roll. So that is a classic little combo there from Dave Winchester. He knows how to win these things. He's going to put the gauntlet down to the rest of the lads in this heat, as we see the rider up in yellow. That's Simon Cassidy. He's going to look to hit the lip here. Nice bash reverse off the top of that lip. He's not going to be able to pull that around though, so as nice a move as it was, he's going to be pretty frustrated with that. Had a chance to get one on the board early and unfortunately found wanting there. So Simon Cassidy, well, he's probably going to use this as also a bit of a warm-up to that Pro Junior final that he's going to find himself in about an hour or so, as we see the rider up in white.
Lee Wilson
from Dale. Looked like he was just going to go for a roll for a second, and then last minute, only getting one on the board as well. So, and here we go, Mick Daly, local hero. No, didn't want to bar that one.
So this heat's living up to expectations already. Everyone's kind of going at it
see
here.
The replay from Dave Winchester there. That's the little head dip, and there's the spin. He's coming out, and he's just going to finish it off with a nice roll. So Dave Winchester should score okay with that.
Yeah, solid little combo there from Dave. One of the bread and butter kind of moves there.
Yes, butter that bread, Michael. It's all been about the baked goods today, if you've been listening. Thanks to everyone that's been joining in for this inaugural webcast of an ABA Tour event. We're very excited to be here, with the technology being able to bring this live to you as we see the rider up in blue. That's Mick Daly from New South Wales, local rider, up and riding. He's going to look for the lip and push off a nice reverse, very smooth.
Good stuff.
And nice finish there for him. So that's really nice, classic riding there from Mick Daly. Simon Cassidy catches a little inside one. He's looking for something, but I don't think it's going to give him much. Oh, these junior kids, I tell you what, forced to flip off of that.
They can do it off anything.
They can these days. I shouldn't be underestimating them at all. So it was a great work there from Simon Cassidy to get on the board. But like that wave from Mick Daly, that was a nice one. So we'll give you some score updates in a second.
But yeah, we are down to the pointy end of the of this webcast of the Northern Beaches Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro semi-final, or obviously quarterfinals in the water now. We're going to have the Pro Men's semi-final after that. Then we're going to go straight into the Pro Junior final, which should be pretty damn exciting. We've got Simon Cassidy and Liam Lucas battling for the Pro Junior crown, as we see Lee Wilson and White taking a right here, and just kind of cuts out. Not too interested in that one. Lee Wilson earlier, kind of missed it earlier. He did a big flip to start the heat. So scores are still kind of all coming in from that, but it was just an action-packed start. Lee Wilson with that flip at the start actually got a 6-point ride to move him into... He's actually in first place now because he has a 6 and a 6.57, as Winnie gets in a little wave there.
Yeah, Dave, just looking for another repeat of that first wave where he just had a little head dip barrel to combo out of there. As we just checked the scores for you. So, I don't know, did you just run through those?
I just ran through the start. So Lee Wilson is actually in first place with 12.57. Second place, Dave Winchester, 7.73. He got a 5.83 for that little spin to roll combo that he did earlier. I think it's going to improve on his situation. We may possibly improve on his situation with another wave. Mick Daly in third place with 4.17, and then we have Simon Cassidy sitting in fourth with 5.4 points.
So
Mick Daly's actually moved up into second place now with an 8-point total. He got 4.17 and 3.83 in his last wave.
Nice. Okay, so it's gone a little overcast here, but the wind's died out. It's still nice and clean. The conditions out there looking beautiful and very contestable for the back end of this amazing event that's been down here on the Northern Beaches. We shout outs to Hog's Breath for sponsoring the tour this year. They've been a great supporter of bodyboarding in Australia for a couple of years now. So make sure you get in and have a feed on them if you can. And we got Bodyboard King, who are the major supporters of this Northern Beaches Pro, a local store here in the Northern Beaches. So Toby Player down here earlier, absolutely loving it, as we see Lee Wilson there throwing a nice flip.
Nice flip by
So
Lee
that's
there.
a good wave, just setting up beautifully there with that little forward spin, just to put him in the right spot to make the most of that lip, and getting nice projection with that flip. So that's going to do him no harm whatsoever in cementing his place, hopefully, for the semi-finals, which will be coming up shortly. So as I was running through the list of sponsors for this event, Fresh Air Broadcast, the amazing guys, amazing team making it all possible. So what we're bringing to you today is all thanks to them, doing the hard yards to put this thing on for you. So make sure if you're ever in need of a live event, check out those guys, give them a shout out.
Yeah, we're reporting live from the car park.
We are in our booth. Do we actually? I haven't been able to check any of the comments, but
I reckon we should call it the Ghetto Cast.
Ghetto Cast.
Yeah.
Oh, down with the Ghetto Cast.
The Ghetto
well, we're
Cast.
kind of stealing Mike's term there a bit as we see the
Ghetto Vision.
As we see the rider up in, that's Simon Cassidy looking for a right hand, but just ducking out the back. Ghetto Cast I like. I don't know. I think we can come up with something a little better, but we've got a bit of time. As we were just on screen there, sorry, and I'm waving my arms all in front of the camera.
I had no idea there.
No, we've got a monitor now, so we've fixed up a couple of things in that short interim there, so we can see what we're looking at as we see
Right.
Mick Daly here punching a nice roll off the lip, just disappearing from view there for a second, but he's still got a bit of park cast. There we go. The park cast.
The podcast.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go with that suggestion. That's just no.
So send any suggestions if you are watching. Let us know where you're watching it from. We do want to know who's tuning in. We've had a few great responses, I guess, so far with this inaugural live webcast of an ABA Pro Tour event. This is also the first time that the ABA Pro Tour has actually come to the northern beaches of Sydney, and it's a epic location in my opinion. It's like just such a scenic place. There's cliffs either side of this like golden beach, and then this nice little wedge wave, perfect for bodyboarding, where the likes of Ben Player and Toby Player grew up. Just over the down the beaches, Dave Winchester grew up in South Curl. So this place is renowned for like producing some of the biggest names in Australian and international bodyboarding. There's plenty of old guys, not old, shouldn't I say old guys, I should say some of the old
Veterans.
school crew, the veteran guys.
Veterans of the sport.
From the area here. I mean, just some of the names that Dave Winchester rattled off in his interview, basically dropping names like Dave Yates, Todd Lockhart, Pete Moore, Adrian Hobner, Tate Martin, who's now based in Tahiti. Oh no, he wasn't. No, actually, I think Tate Martin's back here in Sydney, my bad. But he's definitely been renowned for charging some big waves in Choku. Pete Moore, Alex Jarvis, Ron Jarvis, from the old Peninsula Bodyboard Club that was based at Mona Vale. It's now, I think it's kind of all almost amalgamated into the Sydney Bodyboard Club, which holds its contest here at Whale Beach.
There's two riders battling for this one. White's up and riding, so Lee Wilson from WA looking for something down the line here. He's going to take his time, and there's a little ramp that he's going to flip off, so
he can do those flips.
He can.
He's
as
a
we
flipper.
see, a bit of local knowledge here. There's a bit of a split peak. Well, not split peak, but this is very interesting.
They're going
Waves
trick for trick.
Spin to win. Oh, Simon Cassidy with the inverters.
Over the top.
Mick Daly takes the low line,
Yeah.
leaving Dave Winchester out the back to punch a nice loopy roll off of that one. So
They had a bit of a game of chicken there, seeing who was going to pull off first. I think Mick Daly just kind of realised that the hungry Grom was not going to back down.
no, so
As you can see, we have a graphic up in the
we
corner of
got
the screen.
graphics.
So you can
got
see
'em.
Simon Cassidy in yellow. And then our graphic disappeared, but that's okay. Oh,
in the corner.
so in the corner there seems to be
we can
conditions
see it on
improving.
the
Is
wide
getting
vision. We
heavy.
can see some of those wider ones coming through down there. But so just for our producers that are listening, that graphic is looking okay. We're getting cut off a bit on the left. I don't know if that's something that I need to fix, but I'm sure they'll let us know. We're doing it on the fly here. First time round for us in the production van for the ABA Tour. So we'll it's all good apparently.
It's all good. So currently, we have a bit of a score update. What's happening there?
We do have a bit of a score update. So
We can see Lee Wilson's in the lead still with 12.57. There is a score coming on his last wave, so we will wait and see because he did that flip. So will he improve on a 6 have to wait and see. And still not in yet. Got Mick Daly, got another score to come in from him. We got a score to come in from Simon Cassie. So plenty of scores waiting to drop. And I'm sure there'll probably be a situation change. Look out for Dave Winchester on a wave now in red. Big roll. There's a split peak there with Lee Wilson.
As we see, oh, he's not going to have a dig at that.
So the tide has filled up quite a bit here too at Northern at Whale Beach. You can see the shore break is now kind of going over.
Lipping up.
Yeah, it'll probably eliminate that backwash, or maybe it'll make it worse. Who knows? But again, just I guess an awesome day for bodyboarding. We've got offshore winds all day. Got a swell. It peaked last night, and as Dylan Beach said in his interview earlier today, there's another swell coming again tonight. So it's hoping to get the early stages of that swell for the finals this afternoon. Again, if you just tuned in, we are into the pointy end of the Northern Beaches Pro. Currently, we've got the quarterfinals in the water of the Pro Men's. Quarterfinal 1, we have got Simon Cassidy in yellow, Dave Winchester in red, Lee Wilson in white, and Mick Daly in blue. Quarterfinal 2, quarterfinal 2. I guess it's a quarterfinal that goes to there's only 2 of them, so it's almost a semifinal, but it's a doubles. There's another semifinal after that. Very confusing, but anyway, Cade Sharp is in the next heat with Lachlan Cramsie, Ben Player, and Jake Stone. 2 riders from each of these heats are actually moving on to the semi-finals. As we see Lee Wilson looking at a wave here in white.
He's going to get up and riding on this little left-hander. It's going to just hit that backwash and create a little turbulence for him as he sneaks under the curtain on that one and pushes his way through. So, nice little cover-up.
So we also have the Pro Junior final to take place today, and that's going to be a super exciting matchup because at the moment we have both Simon Cassidy and Liam Lucas battling for the ABA Pro Junior crown. Current rankings leader Jake Martin actually was a shock exit earlier, actually yesterday in his opening round 1 heat, finished in 3rd place, knocking him out of the Northern Beaches Pro and leaving him to kind of sit on the beach and see what happens. And both Simon Cassidy and Liam Lucas have taking this opportunity with both hands as we watch Dave Winchester
punching a nice roll off the top. He's going to double roll, and then there's behind him the split peak. There's Mick Daly on the left and Simon Cassidy throwing a nice flip off the right.
But we see Mick Daly right now on the left, tucking into a little barrel. Doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, just up the beach there. We just missed that one. But Simon Cassidy throwing a nice flip, but unable to make it. So, getting down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. So as I was saying earlier, Pro Junior final is going to come up after the semi-finals of the Pro Men's. And we have both Simon Cassidy and Liam Lucas battling for the Pro Junior title. But they will be up against Noel Gilroy and Hugh Lucas, brother of Liam Lucas. I tell you what, these Lucas brothers have been absolutely shredding so far this year, both in the New South Wales state titles as well as the ABA Pro Junior Tour. Liam Lucas taking out the Mystics Pro as well as the New South Wales event. Earning himself a sponsorship from Science Bodyboards, I believe, after that pretty impressive little run. Johnny Crookshank definitely taking notice of all the youngsters and always trying to find the next most talented Aussie rider. And I tell you what, in these Pro Junior events, there's so much talent. It's just ridiculous. But right now we are on the Pro Men's, and we have a pretty epic heat ahead of us. As well as right now, Dave Winchester, Simon Cassidy, Lee Wilson, and Mick Daly. It's good to see Dave Winchester back in a contest rush. He's, he did show up to the D-Bar Pro and put in a massive performance, but
Lee Wilson there, just with a little bash reverse off the back of that one.
So yeah, and then in the following heat, we do have Cade Sharp and Lachlan Cramsie. Both are in contention for the ABA Pro Men's crown. They're going to battle against each other in a heat before not technically, I guess, there could be changes in the Pro Tour standings after that heat. At the moment, we have both Joe Clark and Michael Novi have been knocked out. They were the two others in contention for the Pro Men's. With Novi exiting, he actually eliminates his chances of Pro Tour crown.
So Cramsie's just starting off there with a cracking roll.
Straight away, Cramsie into it.
And Ben Player in the yellow jersey screaming down the line, looking for the section,
Oh.
using the backwash as we were talking about earlier, throwing an amazing roll as well. So that is exactly what we were talking about, using a bit of local knowledge and an absolute ton of skill to use that backwash to advantage. So
It was pretty good there. We saw Mick Daly in blue as well, kind of give him some props to Benny. Even though he just finished his heat, Mick's just kind of stuck around the corner to watch Benny ride that wave and do that big roll.
So this is a massive heat.
This is a World Tour quality heat right here. Cade Sharp, Lachlan Cramsie, Ben Player, and Jake Stone. It's just ridiculous. And we do have the results in from that previous heat. Lee Wilson taking first place in white. Dave Winchester sneaking into second place, so moving on to the semi-final. And then in third place, Simon Cassidy. In fourth place, Mick Daly. So that means the first semi-final has already been set, I believe. We have Lee Wilson and Dave Winchester going against each other. So that's interesting. They just faced each other in the heat, and they automatically face each other in the semi-final. And so I think, so I'm assuming the same's going to happen in the next semi. So
Probably.
if we do see, as
Oh,
we see
there's
a
that
replay there,
of Benny's wave. And the little wave of appreciation there from Mick Daly on the way through. So Ben Player setting it up nicely to make it through to this semi-final.
and
As the boys just jostle for position in the water there. Cade Sharp and Jake Stone just sharing a few words of wisdom.
And I don't think there'll be anyone as big of fans as Ben Player and Jake Stone right now as Joe Clark. He wants those two to progress through. He wants to see Cade and Cramsie get knocked out here so Joe can secure his ABA Tour crown. So the scenarios are, I guess, can be a bit confusing, but if you have a look on our website, we go through all the scenarios. Basically, for Cade to win this, for Cade to win the ABA Tour, he basically needs to win the event today. As we watch Lachlan Cramsie in white.
He's just taking off on this. Just disappearing from
Big
frame.
flip.
Is a massive flip out of that.
And I'll tell you what, Cramsie has been the form rider today. He has just been killing it.
Has been absolutely smashing it through these heats. So he is one to watch for the rest of this competition, that's for sure.
So for Cramsie to win the ABA Tour, he basically needs to finish second or better. So he needs to make the final. And I think then it'll go to a countback. And from my understanding, countback goes to best out of best two events. Something like that. I'm not entirely sure. We do need to get clarification on that. But it was a bit of a confusing kind of scenario there. But if Cade Sharp makes it to the final, I believe he will be crowned the ABA Tour champion.
Oh, there we go. We do need a little bit of confirmation, but oh my, it is all happening.
As we have in blue,
This is Jake Stone. What a shot there of Stoney. Just pushing a roll off the top. He's going to come around this little section, try and set it up to finish this wave off. He's eyeing up. The little kick there as he pushes through. Uses again
nice.
that backwash to finish off that wave. So smart riding there from Jake Stone.
And some waves coming in out the back here. We can see in red Cade Sharp.
So Cade's up and riding. He's looking for the same section that Stoney just hit there. There's a little bit of backwash coming. Is he going to use it as well?
Oh,
Kind of does. So nice combo wave exchange there from Cade Sharp and Jake Stone. So Cramsie's still out in front, but those two scores should make it interesting.
Absolutely. And then Ben Player just kind of sitting quietly, waiting to strike.
Oh, waiting to strike. He would be waiting to strike. This is crazy watch. You got Jake Stone, Ben Player, Cade Sharp, and Lachlan Cramsie in a heat in a quarter final. of an ABA Tour event.
Well, well, technically it's not even a quarterfinal because there's only 2 heats, so it's basically just a heat, round 4 heat.
My mind's boggling.
It is
The standard of riding in the water at the moment is ridiculous.
This is pretty ridiculous. It's a definitely a World Tour quality heat right now.
Great vision there of Cade Sharp. Just good facial action there from the man in red. Getting the slow-mo replays happening. It's all come together at the right end of the day. It's been a long process. The boys have been working absolutely tirelessly behind the scenes, the guys from Fresh Air Broadcast, to bring these pictures to you. So, and thanks to everyone that's been helping out, and thanks to everyone that's down here for the event. The beach has still got a fair few viewers.
Yeah, there's plenty of people who've rocked up today. It's a nice day, nice Sunday.
We see
in
a
the northern
big
beaches of
set
Sydney.
coming. This set's gonna again fold out on the beach. These bigger ones have sort of been doing that all day. It's like the kind of medium-sized ones that are the most high scoring of all of the sets. So.
Yeah, and we are starting to see more waves kind of turn up on that inside.
Oh, Benny
that little
Player's
pocket.
having a look at this left, but he's not liking what he sees, so he just lets it go. But there is a little something behind it, which you might have a little poke at as the wedge just makes its way across there. So you can actually see in the corner, there's the flat slabs of rock that are disappearing into the ocean there off of that amazing-looking cliff. They do actually create a little bit of a wedge situation that does find its way across the beach, especially on this high tide. So it does break up the waves nicely, but it's been the medium-sized ones, which one like this, which is coming through, which that's Lachlan Cramsie having a look at the left-hander.
Power.
So he's looking
Straight
straight
onto
down
it.
the line. Gonna flip out of that
flip.
massive flip. Can he pull it around in the white water and stick it?
Stoney's watching
Oh,
intently.
he's
He's
not.
come unstuck.
That fluoro green slick just pointing straight back at Stoney, giving Stoney the confidence that he needs. It all went wrong for Cramsie on that in that instance. But yeah, we were talking about Cramsie earlier and how consistent he is with landing manoeuvres like that. So, and you did mention that, Michael, you put the kiss of death on him.
Yeah.
So have we cursed the Crams?
I have hexed him, I think.
Oh dear, what have you done?
I do apologise too.
But again, he's leading the heat.
He is leading the heat.
Just like last time.
He somehow just finds himself there in first place without even trying.
So Ben Player sitting in second on a 5. Jake Stone needing a second wave to back up a 4.17. And Cade Sharp needing a
this is Cramsie
second
again,
wave for
up
3.8.
and riding on the left. Sees a little section there.
And nothing doing.
Doesn't want it.
But yeah, Cade Sharp, another rider that is in contention for this crown.
All eyes are on this heat. I can see, we're broadcasting live from the car park. I can see plenty of riders kind of loitering around here. We've got Joe Clark just kind of pacing nervously.
He's had that concerned look on his face for a couple of hours now.
He's been
He's
very
getting
worried.
knocked out earlier in the day. So
Yeah.
then there's 2 riders in the water.
2 riders right now.
Unfortunately, Michael Novi got knocked out earlier, as we've alluded to, so he's no longer in contention. But the 2 riders in the water most definitely are, most notably that of Lachlan Cramsie. So I tell you what, he's got busy this heat. He's got 3 waves. The other riders are all sitting on 1 wave apiece. So, but they're patient people, and they know how to win heats. Davey's at number 3 for the day. Just stating the blinding obvious.
Nice Davies in there. I was talking to Joe during a bit of our break there, and he was super disappointed in himself for not progressing further. He had a tough, I guess, it's a tough ask to improve on his current scores. He's got a first, second, and third so far this year, and so to improve, he basically needed to make it to the final. But he said he just really wanted to. Just trying to stay in the event and to knock a few of the other guys out. Not literally, but figuratively. And so now he has to sit on the beach and watch Cramsie and Cade both in this heat. And basically, if either of those guys win today, then they steal the crown from Mr. Clark, which he'll be very gutted with. But I guess that's bodyboarding.
That's bodyboarding. That's life. Life imitates bodyboarding.
But he said that he rubbed Jake Stone's head for good luck.
Oh, a little Buddha. Oh, a little Buddha head. Yes.
And Benny Player, he won't be doing anyone favours. He'll be just out there keen to win. The guy knows how to win, and that's all he'll be doing. Well, all he'll be wanting to do, shall I say.
As we see this, Jake Stone's going to have a little sniffle at this one. He's going to drop in. He's going to look for that backwash section again. That's not going to find his way there, unfortunately. So he's going to try and manufacture something down the line, which he does with a nice flip. So he's just going to ride out of that and put his second score on the board. So Jake Stone will find himself in second place after that. So he only needed a 1.33 to be second. So you would say with that wave he'll improve on his position and jump into second, leaving Ben Player and Cade Sharp with some work to do. But there's still about 7-8 minutes left in this heat. So Lachlan Cramsie looking to get busy here with another wave of his heat. So here he goes. He's paddled hard to make it onto that one, and he's just going to set his rail now. Duck underneath it as it just closes out on him. So nothing doing there for Lachlan Cramsie. But, gee, I tell you what, never count out Ben Player in this situation, because he will know where to find the good ones. And he's been sitting down in that little left-hand sort of further north than everyone else for about 5 or 6 minutes now and hasn't moved. So he's obviously seen something that he likes that's come through there, maybe earlier in the heat or earlier in the day. And
as you were talking there, we just saw that Cade Sharp has actually just caught a wave there over in the corner.
Oh, so Cade has moved. So I missed that. That's good spotting there, Mr. Michael.
Mr. Michael. But yeah, he's separated himself completely from the rest of the competitors, gone over to that corner and looking for those lefts.
Right, so that's an interesting little tactic there from Cade, because no one's really been surfing up that end of the beach all day. Everyone's sort of been centred to more towards the middle of this beach. And so whether that's, he's talked to some local guys or he's seen something himself that's to make him want to go surf up that end, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, there's been a few waves kind of sneaking through there. I think as the tide changes, it's just been improving. I know that Ben Player was actually standing in the car park just super excited every wave he saw that was coming through there at one stage, and I really thought he was going to paddle over there in this heat, but he's decided to kind of stick more to the main peak. But looks like Cade's kind of went over and gave it a go. But he's paddling back towards the competitor area now.
I think Cade's going to have a look at this one as well, as a left-hander sort of appears. Ben Player let it go. Cade's taken it, and he's pulled a nice flip around on that. So Cade's got one under the watch of Ben Player there, and that could just consolidate his position. So we're just waiting for some scores to drop. We're sorry we haven't got them up on the screen for you, but we're going to be doing our best to call them out as we get down to these final stages, as we see one. A nice looking free surf wave there, right up the end, but we'll call you as soon as we know. Cramsie's still out in front at this point with Jake Stone in the blue.
Some sets coming in now too.
In second.
A little bit too big though.
Again, those bigger sets just closing out and not offering a lot. So, right, scores have, I think they've locked in, and Jake Stone's still in second in blue with a 4.17 and 4.47 for an 8.64, with Cade Sharp in third. He needs a 4.81 to go to second and push himself into a semi-final position. Ben Player needing just a 3.64. So he's having a little look at this. Ben Player's just sort of sitting a bit further out than everyone else, and I think he might just have a look at this little left-hander here. He's going to have a paddle. Nice spin just to set himself up in the right position for this wave. He's just locked his rail in now. He's looking down the line to see where that lip's going to fold over. He's picked his spot, throws a nice invert, and he'll just finish with a nice reverse spin, maybe giving him an extra half a bee's nick of a point. So we'll see how that plans out, but he only needed a 3.64 to jump into second. So I would dare say that that's a nice clean wave there and probably worthy of that. But we'll leave that one up to the judges as we look back out the back. And we see Cramsie now sitting out with Cade Sharp in that same position that Ben Player just caught that wave in. So we've got Cramsie on screen there. He's looking back over his shoulder and he's just seeing what's coming on the horizon, which we can't really see too much. It's a little flat.
Yeah, a little stall and waves there, but
As we get to about 5 minutes to go in this heat, so we're just going to... Jake Stone had a little think about that one and then decided that it was not worth his time.
so Stoney's had a pretty
Here we go. One's popped up here.
Here we
And that
go.
is Cade Sharp. So he's snuck another one here. And he's looking down. He's got some good speed. He's going to project nicely a roll out of that lip there. And good clean move on a medium-sized wave. So he was needing a 6.81 to go to first. Don't know if that'll be a 6.81, but it'll probably chuck away one of his lower scores. So he currently, as a backup score, only had a 3.8. So I would dare say that that's going to improve his position. And we were right, Ben Player with that his last wave scoring a 5.47 to move into second position. So what we've got in the water is White. Lachlan Cramsie is leading with a 6.37 and a 5.67 for a 12.04 heat total. He's leading from Ben Player in yellow, who needs a 6.57 to take the lead. He's got a 5 and a 5.47 for a 10.47 score. So that leaves Cade Sharp and Jake Stone to chase that final spot in the semi-final. Cade Sharp needing a 5.25 to jump into second, and Jake Stone just needing a 6. So it's still anyone's game with about 3 minutes on the clock. And Jake Stone sitting further south than the rest of the competitors, with Ben Player, Cade Sharp and Lachlan Cramsie right, sort of sitting in a sort of a triangle situation up the north.
a few sets rolling here. But Cade Sharp, I tell you what, he just survived in round 2 earlier today, and he's managed to kind of scrape through the rest of the day. He's still keeping his chances of the ABA Tour Championship alive, but he's in third place. If he gets knocked out here, there goes his hopes. And that would leave just Lachlan Cramsie, the only one to take down Joe Clark for the crown. But I do have to say that Cade has had such an impressive year this year. He said in an interview earlier that he's basically... He said it himself that he did pretty, well, I won't use his actual words, but he wasn't very happy with how he went the past years on the ABA Tour.
I'm sure there was some colourful language involved.
But this year he's just been on fire, and he actually attributes a lot of it to the fact that he bought a big van, and him and his girlfriend have just been travelling around Australia, living in this van and just surfing just about every day. And you can see it in his surfing. He's enjoying it, and he's showing like just what he can do on the bodyboard, especially in competition scene. He's usually been a free surfer, and but he's kind of showing.
And from Ben,
So
needing a 5.5. Jake needing a ride. Yeah, he's still sitting further down the beach,
yeah, he's gone
waiting.
a bit more south to the rest of the competitors. It's like those little lefts that kind of roll into the shore break. He might have
Here
one
he is.
here.
He's up here. You can
it's
see
not
the
quite what he
frustration in that, just not happening for him with 30 seconds to go. So unless something crazy happens, it looks like Cramsie and Ben Player are going to go through to the semi-final here. So this is a 4-man quarterfinal. 2 top riders go through to the semi-finals, and with that will be a man-on-man semi-final.
And we have semi-final 1 already out in the water, and that's Dave Winchester and Lee Wilson. 10 seconds to go. We see Cramsie on another wave here.
So he's just going to try and put an exclamation mark. Oh, look at that big lofty. That was amazing.
That
the
was
big
huge.
flip.
I don't know how he
Cade's
has-
going to get one after the buzzer, I think. He's
Oh.
going to do a big flip, but I think they're going to... Oh, jeez.
I don't know.
Oh, it was after the hooter.
It was after the hooter. Unfortunate So that won't count, and that will mean that I believe that Cade does not progress through to the semi-final, meaning that there is only one rider left.
Did
as
you
we see
look
the
at that replay of
Cramsie's
Lachlan
wave.
Cramsie's wave? That was incredible. So, using the little extra push from the backwash to give him some crazy projection. So,
But
what a heat that was.
as I was saying, that it looks like Ben Player and Lachlan Cramsie both moved through to this. That means Cade Sharp's knocked out and leaving for the ABA Tour. Joe is pacing up and down the beach because if Cramsie makes it through to this final,
We'll go to an ad break when you're ready.
that he'll either go to count back, or I'm not too sure. We have to get confirmation there, but we are going to go to ad break before this heat starts.
Yeah, we will be back with the heat after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, I see you with your gun.
And we're back thanks to our sponsors there with the semi-final number 1 of the 2016 ABA Tour Northern Beaches Pro. And just as we came back there, we saw the rider in red, which is, Michael, just help me out. Lee Wilson from WA, the rider in red.
Yep.
Just completing his first wave of the day, first wave of the heat, sorry. It's been a long day, let's put it that way. So he's just got himself off to a good start in this semi-final against Dave Winchester, one of the local products from this area of the woods, now living in northern New South Wales in Mullumbimby. But back contesting the semi-final for the Northern Beaches Pro here. And we'll just wait for that score to drop from Lee Wilson, but he's just opened his account and waiting for Dave Winchester to catch his first wave.
So I am, my apologies for going quiet there. I am just looking through the current scenario. So basically, Lachlan Cramsie needs to win the final to be counted as the ABA Tour champion. At the moment, Joe Clark is sitting in the lead with 5,180 points. If Cramsie makes it to the final but doesn't win, he'll tie on 5,180. That means that it'll go to a countback, which is the best of, I think it's the best of 4 events. And being that Cramsie did not make it through, was unable to compete in D-Bar for the opening round, it might mean that he misses out on the title. But I guess that's all speculation until we see what happens. Starting with this heat right now with Dave Winchester and Lee Wilson both competing. I'm sure Dave would love to cause a bit of an upset, and he's done it in years before. He's won plenty of ABA Tour events. He's won multiple tours, so no stranger to winning. Dave Winchester, Lee Wilson, just another young gun. He actually I'm not too sure how he went in the Pro Junior. He has been competing in both the Pro Junior and the Pro Men's. Actually, he finished 3rd place in the semi-final Pro Junior, so knocked out of that. As we see Dave in white on the left. Hits a little roll off that section, and then immediately Lee Wilson getting into a barrel and an invert there.
Throws a nice little invert off the top, so
and then smashes into the backwash. So yeah, nice little exchange there. So we're going to go have a look at a bit of a replay of what went down between Dave and Lee. But as I was saying, as we watch the replay now, Dave driving down the left, nice roll there. Gets away. Some sets are coming in here, but the riders have found themselves stuck on the inside a bit. So
not ideal positioning.
Not ideal. That's what happens. So as I was saying, we are now into the semi-finals of the Pro Men's. If you are just tuning in, Pro Men's semi-final 1 is Lee Wilson versus Dave Winchester. And then in semi-final 2, we have Lachlan Cramsie taking on Ben Player. So that's kind of interesting too. We've got Dave and Ben, both, I guess, almost the riders of all amongst it, but they kind of grew up competing against each other. And now we have Lachlan Cramsie and Lee Wilson, both younger guys who have just been tearing up the Pro Tour this year. So as I was saying, though, the ABA Tour Pro Men's Championship is coming down to Lachlan Cramsie and Joe Clark. Joe Clark is currently in the lead with 5,180 points. He got knocked out earlier today, so he has to just sit on the beach and watch Cramsie compete. Cramsie needs to basically, to remove all doubt, Cramsie, if he wins the final, wins the event today, he will be crowned the champion. If he makes it to the final, he will tie Joe.
Oh.
And that will result in a countback. Again, the rules of a countback in my...
I just see a replay there, sorry, of Lee Wilson's wave using the backwash. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so the rules of countback can be confusing as we watch Dave Winchester onto a wave. Nice invert there.
Nice innie for the boys. Seems to be the move, like the roll and the innie. We've seen a few flips, but not heaps. Seems to be tough to land the flips out there today. So the boys sticking to the rolls and the inverts. We have seen a couple of flips landed, but not bad there. As we just get ourselves sorted here to bring you the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's good to see, as I was saying, it was good to see Dave Winchester, I guess, in a comp rashi and competing today. He has kind of been the talk of the town lately with his new board that has come up through his brand Versus Project, aka VS Boards. Called it a Batwing, we've called it the Bat Sled, a bunch of other weird names. I'm sure we can find something better. It's featuring like a quad concave. He was planning to bust it out this contest, but I haven't seen it so far. I think I saw it in the back of Ben Player's truck, actually.
Ooh, might have to go on a scouting mission to get that one.
Maybe BP stole it.
I'm just got a little graphic that we've added to the content pool. It'll come up shortly, hopefully, to let you know who's in what jersey colour.
Yeah. But we posted a picture of that onto our Facebook page, Riptide Bodyboarding Facebook. We had such an amazing response. I think there was something like more than 500 comments just on the photo of that new advancement. I was talking to Winnie earlier today about it, and he's just said that, obviously everyone's frothing, I guess, advancements in bodyboarding.
Yeah.
And I guess, Versus has Dan Silvestre as their shaper, and he's always keen to try new things. And I guess Versus and NMD have always been at the forefront of bodyboarding advancement. But I guess they're not alone in that world. We have the likes of, Mike Stewart with science. He's always looking at ways to improve the bodyboard. And, a bunch of other brands, including, I guess, the likes of Stealth, who helped bring this broadcast today. Stealth Bodyboards is actually, they've kind of broke away from NMD and VS last year, and they've had a bit of a revamp. They've got a new team in terms of Jake Stone joining them, who was knocked out early, but Jake Stone has had a bit of a rough year, but he's still pretty psyched on the fact that he signed with Stealth and he's got his own pro model coming out soon. And then Stealth remain with Nick Ornell, who's always a popular free surfer, as we watch Lee Wilson Red.
Throw up a nice roll there. He's going to probably get another little combo move here, so he's going to set his line and look for that section, but...
Oh, just kind of threw the board there.
Yeah. Oh, he's not happy with himself as well, Lee, so... It's been pretty slow, this little heat.
Yeah, Dave Winchester on a wave now. You can see the backwash just kind of move. It adjusts the size of the wave.
Oh,
big flip, it comes
hang
undone.
on. That's what we've been saying about these flips. With that backwash, it's just hard for the guys to stick their landings. And a lot of the guys coming unstuck, even the guys you'd expect to make them, like Dave and Cramsie, just unable to hang on to them. And something that you're not really used to seeing. So I think that backwash probably is a little tougher to deal with than we probably are seeing sitting up here in the car park. So we got Dave Winchester leading the way currently on with the 6.5 and a 5.5. So he's sitting on a 12. Lee Wilson from WA, he's got himself a 5.33. So he's not too far away, but That 6.67. I mean, today we've seen a lot of scores in that mid 5.5 to mid 6.5 range. Like we saw Ben Player just go through in that last heat with a pair of fives basically, and very few waves today have been up around that 8-9 score. We haven't seen a 10 today, so that's still on the cards. Anything can happen, and getting down to the pointy end, I'm sure there's going to be guys pushing for it. So that's still wide open, but probably we've seen 2 9s I think today, and maybe a couple of 8s, but that's about it. So as long as the guys can find a couple of ways around that 6.5, 7 range, they're in pretty good standing. As we see Dave Winchester really look here. He's going to use that backwash to flick himself out. Can he hang on as well?
Yep.
He is going to, and he's going to duck out the back. So he gets a nice wave on there as Lee Wilson just pushes over that backwash, and he's going to try and set up for it just right in front of Dave here. He's going to throw a flip. He's going to put the landing gear down and pull it around, but just coming off the back of the whitewash, so unable to push it through. So Dave Winchester probably getting the points in terms of that little exchange there, and I dare say that could even extend his lead and maybe throw away that 5.5 and give himself a pretty solid base there. But look, there's still just under 10 minutes, so about 9 minutes to go in this first semi-final.
So we watch a replay of Dave Winchester's wave. Big invert off the backwash.
And just see how much of a difference when you get that little backwash section that it makes to the side, not only the size of the wave, but to the projection that you can actually get in those manoeuvres. So we've seen Ben Play use it already to his advantage this competition, and also Lachlan Cramsie in the last heat as well. So Dave Winchester there making the most of that. Lee Wilson getting a 3.67 and then a 1.5 for that last little wave of his. So he needs an 8.17. So Dave Winchester there with that backwash innie was a 7-point ride. Winnie with the backwash innie giving a 7-point ride. So that's pretty good for Winchester. As the time ticks down to about just under 8 minutes to go, we've got Lee Wilson hitting an 8.17. So there's that 8-point score that's been eluding a lot of the competitors today. If they can, it's just a matter of getting that right one and projecting nicely. I think if one of the if they land a flip today, which we haven't seen too many of people being able to stick them, like that could go close to getting that 8.17 that he needs. So he's shown to be able to do it. We saw him in D-Bar putting together some really good scores. In similar waves, I think D-Bar had to this.
Yeah, kind of that peaky, bit of wedgy kind of thing.
Reminds me of that final day of D-Bar this. So, we've seen him do it there. He had a really good comp there. So we know Lee's definitely not out of it. Capable of finding the score and using that backwash to get himself some good projection. So it's going to be tight.
Going to be tight.
All right, so take us through the scenario. So who have we got left in contention, Michael?
At the moment, basically, it is out of Lachlan Cramsie and Joe Clark for the ABA Pro Men's Championship. What needs to happen is Cramsie needs to make it through to the final to tie Joe on points with 5,180. Joe is currently knocked out, so he can't improve his score at the moment. If Cramsie wins the event, he will be crowned the ABA Tour Pro Men's Champion. If Cramsie doesn't win, it will result in a countback. And again, I need to find out what happens in the countback. I do have a bit of a clarification from Craig Haddon, but again, it's a little bit confusing in what he's saying to me here.
Just going to watch Lee Wilson here go for that 8.17. He's going to get the backwash section, I think. It's coming up nicely, but just not in time. So, unfortunately, nothing doing there for Lee. He's just skipped off the back of that one. And a little backwash section not giving him any love, as we see just Ben Player just make his way down to grab his comp. and in Cramsie. Now that is going to be a crazy semi.
It is. So as I was saying, if Cramsie does make it through to the finals, it will go to. I do have clarification. Well, of a count back from Craig Haddon as we watch at the moment. This is Winnie. Nice spin and a roll. Another spin. Another little combo.
Spin roll combo.
The old spin roll.
Yes, well, Dave Winchester looking to throw away a 6.5 there, but be interesting to see if he's tight enough together to do that. To extend his lead as we get the 5-minute buzzer going there for the boys out in the water. So 5 minutes left in this heat.
And you can see Ben Player just running to get out there. He's excited. He wants to win in front of his hometown. But as I was saying with the situation, Lachlan Cramsie, if he does make it to the final and he doesn't win, he will tie with Joe Clark.
So what happens then?
So according to head technical director, Craig Haddon, he sent me this by email 2 nights ago. He said, if there is a tie, the split will go to the best 2 events. So that means the best 2 events will be like their best 2 results. So which would be a first and second for both Joe Clark and Lachlan Cramsie. Then the best 1 event, which is first. So that means the same thing as we watch Lee Wilson on a wave here. And he rolls out. And anyway, and finally, the best 4 events.
What about the best 3 events?
Regardless, it'll be a first, second, and third between them. So if it all goes according to plan, it'll be the best of 4 events, which will mean that Joe Clark is crowned the champion because he's competed in all 4 events.
Okay.
So and that is from Craig Haddon. I could be wrong, so it's unofficial, but basically Lachlan Cramsie does need to win the event.
So, right, we've got 3 minutes left in this first semi-final between Dave Winchester and Lee Wilson. We're waiting to see Lee Wilson's score drop from that last wave while Michael was talking there about the situation. So we did see him catch one. It is going to be a scored wave, but is it going to be enough to put pressure on Dave, who's currently leading with a 6.5 and a 7? But Lee needing an 8.17, so I just don't know if that was going to be enough, that one. He's sort of paddling out there, having a look around, just checking over his shoulder. He's going to turn and he's going to go on this one. So he's looking down the line. Oh, and that backwash just not lining up for Lee there. So leaving him paddling back out with the job to do in front of him. But it's not looking great for Lee Wilson, but Lee's had an amazing comp, so to make the semi-finals of any competition is a really great effort. Lee putting together an absolutely solid 2016 Australia with the Pro Junior and the Pro. He's got a very bright future in front of him, this kid from WA. So there's a lot of talk about Louis Finnegan, Davis, who was at the event today, Davis Blackwell, George Humphreys also had a fair bit of chat about him, the 3 amigos, so to speak. But keep an eye on Lee Wilson.
Definitely.
Hasn't been talked about much, but he is definitely one to watch. So for the WA crew, get behind this kid. He's put in the yards this year and chased the tour the whole way around, and I see big things happening for him. So as he tries a goal, that's an amazing move. I think it's a golf. He's just landed a golf and then finished it off with a roll.
I believe that was
so. We haven't seen that one all comp, so that's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that.
Let's try and get a replay of that. Love to see that again and see exactly what that was.
Because
that was impressive. That was some Mandra wedge action there.
It was. As he just sort of, here we go. He's up. It's kind of like a front flip. Jeez.
I wonder if the judges...
That's going to make the highlights real no matter what, but I don't know how you would... we're just going to leave that one to the judges to score that one, but that was entertaining. 8.17.
That's enough.
And 6.23 coming through from the judges, so he's not going to go on the clock, unfortunately, for Lee. But I tell you what, that's probably...
Definitely showing though the next generation almost of it's funny, next generation after
There he
so Noah Simmons over. Dave Winnie's going to move on into the finals. Into the
Dave Winchester through to the final.
Rodney
Final way. Cracker. Hopefully the Waves cooperate with us, but we're about to see a heat between Ben Player and Lachlan Cramsie go down for us to meet Dave Winchester in the final, and this is going to be a belter. So,
yeah, semi-final 2 here with Lachlan Cramsie and Ben Player.
and then after this, we're going to head to the Pro Junior final. But we've still got 20 minutes of amazing bodyboarding action in front of us before that happens. So let's turn our attention to the water as these two absolute comp machines battle it out for that final spot, as they both had a bit of a sneaky peek at that one and deciding not to go. So Ben Player, 3-time world champion.
In the white.
In the white Guernsey versus Lachlan Cramsie, Sunny Coast, Con Machine, Whiz Kid, however you want to call it, in the red.
Kiama local now.
Kiama local
But
now.
still reps the Sunny Coast.
Still loves to rep the Sunny Coast. Who knows where it's at.
We were saying earlier, there's just so many talented riders from the Sunny Coast. Obviously, Lachlan Cramsie out there now. Michael Novi was also contention. Cade Sharp, Jake Stone. Something about the Sunshine Coast that just produces these amazing competitive surfers. We have Simon Cassidy in the final of the Pro Junior.
So here we go, Benny Player up and riding, he's looking down the line. Actually, both riders up and riding, this could be a good exchange here. Ben Player bashing a reverse off the lip, one of his signature, and Lachlan Cramsie following suit. So we're having a look at the back of the screen here. We're following Lachlan Cramsie in the end there. I wonder if we caught both of them, but it's a bit of a, that's a shared wave. Both bash reverses off the top there.
Yeah,
This is
I don't
fun
think
to
there'll be
watch.
any interference or anything involved with that, being that there was enough distance between the riders. But yeah, good little exchange there. Funny that they both went for the same move too.
Yeah, maybe just,
Their minds are in sync.
it is, but Lachlan's going to turn and have a look at this one
Straight
as well.
away
So
back
he's
out
just
there.
straight onto another one. But ducks underneath it as it wasn't offering anything at the end there. Ben is just having a look over his left shoulder and further down the beach. He's seen some stuff that he likes down there the last couple of comps. We saw him sitting wider down there in the last quarterfinal. But he's going to sit out in that spot where he's managed to scrape through that quarterfinal into this semi and stake his claim for that little patch of ocean, while he leaves Lachlan Cramsie just to the south, and they'll play the waiting game for the next set. So, as we were saying, the Pro Junior semi-final we're up to the Pro Junior final coming up next, which we will have Noah Gilroy taking on Hugh Lucas, Simon Cassidy, and Liam Lucas. He's just going to position for the walking for this section. Get something here, throws it up, rides out of it on the board with a nicely written bit of local knowledge to put himself in the right position to maximise the score from that wave. So, first couple of waves going to drop here, about 6-7 for reverse Lachlan Cramsie. Probably just it was a bit more of a section of the wave, the end bowl of that wave. Not quite as powerful, but still a nice manoeuvre. So 4.67 for Ben, with that score, that nice invert there waiting to come in from the judges, where Lachlan Cramsie is sitting in second place with a 3.5 and a little 0.67. So, waiting for Ben Player's invert score to drop as we head down to the last couple of heats here. It's been an amazing day. We were watching Lachlan Cramsie set his row. He's got a nice looking bowl up here. What's he going to do? A big loopy lofted roll there, arms extended, making sure that the judges saw the bottom of his board there, and giving him the best chance to score that one. So Ben Player's score just dropped. There it was, a 7-point ride. So extending his lead there, 11.67 for Ben Player now, with a 4.67 and a 7-point ride, giving him the lead, with Lachlan Cramsie needing an 8.17 before that wave to go into first place.
Yeah, and I can see Joe Clark pacing up and down the car park, getting very nervous right now.
So we're just going to recap on that, Michael.
Yeah, as a recap, Lachlan Cramsie is the only one that's in contention that can take the ABA Pro Tour Championship from Joe Clark, who is the current ratings leader, points leader. He's in the lead with 5,180 points. If Cramsie makes it through the semi-final to the final, he will tie Joe. But Cramsie basically needs to win the event to actually solidify his spot as the ABA Tour champion. I tell you what, I think Joe just wants Cramsie not to make it through this heat altogether to erase all doubt. Because if Cramsie makes it through the final, he'll be tied and it could result in a countback, which again, pretty confusing. From what we worked out, Cramsie needs to win the event, but we could be wrong. But tell you what, Cramsie's 21 years old. I can't believe he's only 21. I feel like I've seen him, around competitions and whatnot forever. He's only just still a young whippersnapper. He's turning 22 next week. He had a bit of he's had a bit of a resurgence this year. He left his former spot, so he's moved on to now Team Nomad. He said in an interview that's the best thing that's ever happened to him, and he's fired, I guess, to show him what to do, what he can do. Basically, missed the first event of the World Tour of the ABA Tour this year due to the fact that he was I think he was a seeded rider for the APB World Tour and the Chopu Challenge. So he went over to Tahiti, competed in Chopu, did pretty damn well, and then came back and competed in event 2 of the ABA Tour, the Mystics Pro, and just won it straight away. Then went down to Knights, actually came 3rd place in Knights. So he has a 1st place and a 3rd place to his name. And if he wins here today, he will be crowned the champion.
A little break in the action here as we just see a little lull in the oceans. Just decided to go quiet on us. The wind's actually sort of just died as well. It's pretty calm.
It's good to see, again, I was saying it's good to see Dave Winchester out there in a comp rashi. It's also amazing to see Ben Player in a comp rashi. I was talking to Dylan Beecher earlier today, and he said that this is the first time Ben Player has competed on an ABA Tour event since back in 2012 at D-Bar. Actually, that might have been 2013.
13
even.
it was.
Yeah, 2013. As we watch, this is BP looking at a wave here. Doesn't want a bar of it.
I thought he was about to line a big manoeuvre there, but he didn't piece of that. Cramsie just decides it's just getting a bit straight. This tide sort of seems to be sort of milling around that mid to high tide. It's been good on high and good on low, but this mid tide seems to make things a little bit difficult for the guys. So it's going to be definitely a battle to see who can pick up the best of the waves heading into these final couple of heats. But there is a set coming through. As we can see the boys paddling in the water, they're getting their skates on as the peak heads up. Ben Player's put the hammer down. He's got the outboards on. He really wants this wave. But, geez, just going to paddle past it, and no love for that. So it looked like it was going to be amazing, but again, just breaking straight and not giving the guys what they were really looking for. So very patient heat from these two. You know, they only need to beat the one rider in the water. You know, up until this point, it's been 3 or 4 man heats. So you see a lot of the guys getting busy and you know, making sure they put some distance between themselves and the other competitors in the water. But you know, with these man-on-man heats, they can afford to be a bit more cautious, knowing what the other rider has and what they're capable of. So it's Ben Player leading the way with a 11.67. So that's a nice invert for a 7-point ride, backing that up with a 4.67. So still leaving Lachlan Cramsie with a 6.51. Which we know he's definitely capable of. His best waves are 5.17.
Yeah, 5.17 so far in this heat, but he actually scored one of the highest waves of the day so far with that 9-point ride where he did a big invert. It was pretty impressive. So we definitely know that he can pull stuff out of a hat when he needs to. I think he's won just about every heat he's competed in so far today. Actually, he has won every heat that he's competed in. He's definitely the form rider of the event so far, but Ben Player, this is his local wave. He was ridiculous yesterday. From all reports, he was just finding barrels when no one else was, and no one knows this wave better than Ben Player right now. Nothing is epic to see Ben Player out here, as I was saying before. He has been truly giving back to the sport of bodyboarding. You know, it's given him so much. He's been a 3-time world champion. He now is one of the kind of head guys, you know, behind NMD boards in Australia. He's constantly working with Nick Meseritz to improve that brand, and he's been loyal to NMD for almost as long as I can remember. I think he's only had, you know, 2 board brands that he's ever been sponsored by, and the last one was back in the days of a surf company that I wish to not name, but he
controversial, Michael.
Yeah.
Controversial.
But he is constantly giving back to the sport. He's now involved in Sydney Bodyboard Club, which meet here once a month, I believe, for their regular competitions. Ben Player often comes down to the comp days and gives advice to the Grommies. And yeah, just a dead set legend of the sport, and someone that, you know, we're very lucky to have as part of bodyboarding. Such a smart, creative guy, and just absolute shredder.
Well said, Michael. Well said.
No problem. As we can see, though, there's a little bit of a paddle battle.
Here we go again.
I bet you Lachlan Cramsie's like, I don't give a damn who you are. I want to win.
And he's going to paddle onto this one and set his line. Oh, he's forced his way out of the top of the lip there, but... So I don't think that's going to help him. So we're just under 7 minutes on the clock.
7 minutes on the clock. If Ben Player wins this, that will mean that Joe Clark is the ABA Tour champion. Tell you what, we should try and find Joe Clark. He's pacing around somewhere. He's looking nervous, but I don't think he has any fingernails left. He is freaking out.
He's freaking out. So that is the situation. Ben Player wins this heat. Joe Clark is the 2016 ABA Tour champion.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Pretty crazy. But super excited for Joe at the same time. But Lachlan Cramsie still has 6 minutes to change that situation.
He only has 6.51, something that he can do if he finds the right wave. Let's hope the ocean provides and makes this a firecracker finish to the semi-final 2 of the ABA Pro Men's Northern Beaches Pro, should I say. After, we'll be going straight into the bloody exciting final.
Oh.
Simon from Queensland, from the basically competing for the Pro Junior title, from my understanding. The Pro Junior race was blown right open yesterday when Jake Martin was an early kind of shock exit in round 1. I think Jake needed Simon and Liam not to make it to the finals for Jake to be crowned the champion. But they've both made it through, so I believe they are both competing for the Pro Junior crown. It'll be only the second ever Pro Junior champion after last year's winner, Eric Roy. And the division was only just brought in then, as we watch in red.
Here it is, Lachlan Cramsie looking to get that 6.
Oh,
massive flip. Can he's
holding on.
He's held on to this one. So there it is. We told you what he could do, and he's delivered there. So a big flip from Lachlan Cramsie, chasing a 6.51. Is it going to be enough? He was pretty big. It wasn't super clean. It wasn't super projected. So there is a bit of work there for the judges to do. But yeah, we'll just wait and see what happens with that one. But yeah, he's given himself the best chance of getting that 6.51. So as I said, we haven't seen too many of those landed. And Michael, he's managed to pull that one around.
Yeah, what do you think? I think it's going to be close. If I was a betting man, I would probably say that would be enough.
Geez, we haven't seen too many, so the judges have got to, sort of think about that.
So they need you need 6.51 to overtake Ben and to move into the finals to make it a nail-biting finish to the ABA Tour. I don't know. I think what I've seen from the judges so far, they've been rewarding just the one big maneuver, not the little comp, not the the traditional spin to roll stuff. They want to see the big moves.
Yeah, they do.
And Cramsie can do that, and it looks like he showed it then. In my opinion, that should be a high-scoring ride.
So we'll wait and see with 4 minutes left on the clock what that's going to leave Lachlan Cramsie to do. I dare say he's going to actually chuck away his 3.5 with that one anyway. So he's 6.0.
Ooh,
not controversial, Michael. Controversial.
Yeah, I called it too early.
He's left him with only needing the same ride again to make it through. So he needs now. He's got a 6 and a 5.17. So he needs a 5.68 now. So just over 5.5.
I believe 4. Oh yeah, 5.5 score. Yeah, but I believe only less than 4 minutes at the heat.
3 minutes and a bit of crunch time to go. So
and here's the wave here. They're both looking at it.
And Ben Player using his priority.
Has priority there.
He does. So he's used that to take this wave.
Ooh.
He's going to... he's just made a little barrel. And he's got a little spitter's knowledge to finish. So he would 0.67 and make it very tough for Lachlan to get through. And with Player, with that wave, looking to throw 4.67 to strengthen his lead. 16, yeah, I just repeated myself. 4 in a day is not too
Here we go, Dave. Find the little barrel there. Just a little...
2 minutes, 10 seconds. Oh, so go 5.47. So that was for Ben Player. So he had his situation. Lachlan Cramsie, less than 2 minutes. Some work to do.
What does Cram to progress through now?
Commentary that it has improved, but geez, no, it's all coming down to the bone. And be the champion for the Joey Clark as Ben, fellow compatriot Dave. Here we go. Lachlan Cramsie having a look at this one. Going to go as he just sets his rail. He looks down the line.
Bit of side. What's it going to do?
Oh, he knows as well. Just didn't give him.
Maybe we can get a camera on Joe Clark.
Down. 1. The second and the 2006 ABA Tour champion. Congratulations, Joey, on that one.
Yeah, big congratulations to Joe Clark.
So there is some celebrating to be done tonight for Joey, but as we still have some epic heats left,
we're going to go to an ad.
We are going to throw to an ad quickly, so we'll be back after this quick word from our sponsors. Welcome back. Well, there it is. We just before that break, we had Ben Player taking out the second semi to push himself through to the final against Dave Winchester for this Northern Beaches Pro 2016 ABA Tour comp. And unfortunately, that meant that Lachlan Cramsie's title push came to an end, leaving Joe Clark victorious at the end of the day, taking out his first ABA Tour Championship. So Joey, he's outside the van, hooting and hollering. He'll be over the moon.
Yeah, he was just bashing our van studio. As a bit crazy.
But more important things in the water. we have the Pro Junior Final.
And this is another action-packed heat.
As we see Hugh Lucas there in the white jersey, just throw a nice roll, but unable to land it off the top.
Meanwhile, Noel
Gilroy in the red down the beach, just pushing himself through a nice little roll combo as we've seen throughout the day from these juniors. So this is going to be a massive final here for the Pro Juniors. What's the situation here?
So this is going to, I guess, a lot of eyes will be on the rider in yellow and the rider in blue. That is Simon Cassidy in yellow, Liam Lucas in blue. Those two guys are battling it out for the Pro Junior title. Whoever wins out of those two, I believe, will be crowned the Pro Junior champion. That's from my bad mathematics, so please don't take that as gospel. From what I understand, if whoever finishes highest out of those two riders will be crowned the Pro Junior champion. I'm sure they're more interested in winning the event and taking out Northern Beach Pro. These two guys have been Liam Lucas.
Those blonde locks there just force a roll off the spin, so championship back underway.
Yeah, as Liam Lucas Upwell state titles in one weekend. It was a big weekend for the young fella. Simon Cassidy has been also just on fire throughout the year. He, I believe, did he win in at the D-Bar Pro, Mr. Heavyside?
That I'm going to have to check the books on.
We have to check the books on that one. We're not entirely sure.
My memory isn't that great.
But he's constantly been at the pointy end of every event of the Pro Junior, and now finds him in for the Pro Junior crown. So definitely an exciting heat here we have. And then let's not count out Hugh Lucas and Noel Gilroy. Hugh Lucas, brother of Liam. Again, those two brothers I think they've just been pushing each other all throughout their Grommy-hood, and now they're just killing it on the comp stage. And Noel Gilroy, someone that we have seen competing in all events of the ABA Pro Tour, and just such a consistent rider.
Well, Liam Lucas here in the blue again. Like, he's up on another one. Little floater bash off that one. That's not going to be in his little scorebook.
No.
He'll throw that one away.
So we do have a 20-minute heat here for the final. We are actually going to try and get Joe Clark into the hot seat of the makeshift studio and just get his thoughts on winning his maiden ABA Tour crown, something that he's been wanting for numerous years. He came agonizingly close back in 2014, losing to the unstoppable Jake Stone, who went on to win 2 in a row. But this year, Joe has just been on fire. He came so close at the DR Pro, finishing second place there to again Rantoul Buzzsaw with Lachlan Cramsie, and then but then just re-established his stake for the ABA crown at the Knights Pro in South Australia last month, taking it out and taking it out in, I guess, excellent fashion. And then came here today. He really wanted to do well and win it all, but unfortunately kind of got knocked out in earlier heats. Was gutted. He's just been pacing the beach. You can see him now walking in the car park, receiving applause. Band player, one of the first guys to shake his hand after knocking out Cramsie in that heat. Got to give thoughts to poor Cramsie as well. He did so well today, and he's been doing so well this year. Came so close again to getting his second ABA Tour after winning it in 2013. But not enough, unfortunately, and Joe Clark, ABA Tour champion.
Joey Clark, well done. Congratulations. So we are here, Pro Junior Final. These guys are the future of Australian bodyboarding and world bodyboarding. I mean, some of these kids, potentially end up on the world tour. We hope so. Australia's been a great breeding ground of talent. Yeah, granted, the last couple of years haven't been great with our representation on the world stage, but a few factors within that, and we're hoping to see a few more Aussies back on the world stage very soon. As we see the rider in yellow, that's Simon Cassidy taking off on a Worley right-hander. So it's not really, but it's going to bowl up here for him nicely. So he can hit it, and he will hit it nicely. It was a nice roll out of that one. As we swing back down the beach,
Liam Lucas.
Hopefully we can pick up Liam Lucas there, punching a roll. He does. We just get the end of him. So, I think the hand rubbing was coming through the. Was it? Sorry. That would have been very annoying. Sorry to everyone listening. I'm just sitting there going.
It's getting a bit chilly again here.
It is cooling down. Have we got Joe close?
Well, we're hoping to get him. If we can get Joe Clark, that would be amazing. Just throwing hints to our directors behind the scene.
If we got Joe Clark somewhere and he wants to have a seat, can we get him in here? Or I'm wondering if we can.
We'll get him. We'll track him down. He's wandering around. He's coming. He's
coming.
stoked. He's got big smiles on his face.
All right, hang on. I'm going to get him in the hot seat here.
When you get Joe Clark in there. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to just take over a bit of commentary of the event so far. If you have just tuned in, we are in the Pro Junior Final. See Simon Cassidy in yellow, Noel Gilroy in red, Hugh Lucas in white, and Liam Lucas, his brother, in blue. This is an interesting Pro Junior Final because we have both Liam and Simon kind of battling for the Pro Junior crown. The race kind of went wide open after Jake Martin missed out. What was an early exit in the Pro Junior. It's now up to these two to kind of steal the title. And it's been an epic finish so far. But we have, as we can see, the rider in yellow, Simon Cassidy.
Who does? Lockie.
Our cameraman just kind of looking around there, missed out a little bit.
He's only done 3 comps. Yeah. I don't know, just make sure.
We are looking for Joe Clark. Joe Clark is going to make his way.
Oh, he's so I got to see if they've confirmed it though.
We are going to wait for confirmation of Joe Clark getting the title. But I have looked over the situation numerous times and I can guarantee that he is the champion. But anyway, we will wait and see there. But anyway, we are going to get confirmation there. But at the moment, we have Liam Lucas on the wave, doing forward spin. Liam Lucas chasing a title of his own with a nice forward spin to roll. If Liam Lucas wins this event in the Pro Junior, he will be crowned the Pro Junior champion. As we see, rider in red, that is Noel Gilroy. Went for a backflip. He came out in the wash there too, so that was a completed move. We'll try and get a bit of an update of the Pro Junior scores right now. We have Noel Gilroy in first. As we see, these white guys going crazy. Simon Cassidy in yellow. I tell you what, you watch these Pro Juniors, they're just constantly catching waves. There is no stalling with these dudes. Again, immediate answer from Simon Cassidy's way. Hugh Lucas just did a roll there in white.
They're equal. We're equal right now.
Believing that Joe Clark is in now, but Joe's got a first, second, and a third. Lachlan Cramsie has a first and 2 thirds.
So,
in my opinion, 3-3, and he
yeah, he doesn't have a second.
Guarantee you that Joe's Australian champion.
All right.
But they're just going to go see anyway. I like to make big calls and then be completely wrong. Unless someone gets extra points. But we are all eyes on the Pro Junior right now. This is the Pro Junior final. This is an epic final going down. We have Noel Gilroy in first place. We're going to get some scores to go in. Dave, how's it going out there?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just stepped out for a minute as we see the rider up in blue here. That's a Liam Lucas throwing a nice flip and pulling it around. So he's just going to just duck out the back of that. But that's a completed ride. Simon Cassidy following him, spinning nicely, setting his line here. He's going to duck under a little cover up and then push a roll out. So that's going to be a good score. Does he make the roll though? Oh, I don't know if he did. I don't know if that's going to be a completed ride.
And those two guys in that exchange are battling for the Pro Junior crown. So
a hectic little exchange there.
They're, I bet they're not talking to each other out in that lineup right now too.
No.
It's a bit of a state of origin too. Queensland versus New South Wales. Simon Cassidy from Queensland, as we see in the replay. Liam Lucas. These kids can just bust the ARSs and the backflips.
The replay of Simon Cassidy. They're going for the roll and just not being able to make it. So we're just waiting for the scores to drop here.
So we will speak to Joe after this Pro Junior final because we don't want to take any of the shine away from the Pro Junior. These kids have been competing amazing all year, and there's just 8 minutes remaining for them. We'll speak to Joe. Should we not speak to Joe after? Yeah, we'll watch. We have 8 minutes left of the Pro Junior final. We'll watch the rest of this final and see it all go down. Then we'll speak to Joe about his victory. The Pro Men's final is following the Pro Junior final. Yep.
Oh, nice roll there.
By Hugh Lucas.
That was a good roll by Hugh Lucas. And here we have Simon Cassidy up and riding on the way following him. He's just going to look down and push a nice roll out as well. And going to hang on to it. This is what I mean about these kids getting busy. They do not take any time. So
Constantly.
rider in red, Noah Gilroy, also rolling out. So the three guys just...
and that's 4. Now we have Liam Lucas.
No waves getting...
no.
No, I was going to say unwritten, but decided not to. So we've got the scores.
Few changes, but yes, currently in the lead is Simon Cassidy in yellow with 11.4 points. Second place is Noel Gilroy, 10.6. Third place is Liam Lucas, 7.63 points. And fourth is Hugh Lucas, 5.17. All right, we are going to get Joe Clark to come in and just talk about his ABA Tour victory. But until then, we will watch the remaining of this Pro Junior final. There is just 7 minutes remaining. And tell you what, if Simon Cassidy wins this final, he will be crowned not only the Northern Beaches Pro Champion, but also the ABA Pro Junior Champion. So this could be this is a big 7 minutes for the young Sunshine Coaster. We also have Noel Gilroy currently in second place, needing a 5.58 to move into first. Liam Lucas needing a 7.27 to move into first place. He will be looking to do that, and he is no stranger to coming first. He won both the Mystics Pro as well as the New South Wales state titles. Joining me in the studio, the ghetto studio of the van, is current ABA, well, newly crowned ABA Pro Champion, Mr. Joseph Clark. How you going, Joe? Congratulations. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm speechless, mate. I'm speechless.
Speechless.
The last 2 hours has just been... I've never had that much anxiety in my life. Like, my heart hasn't stopped beating since I got knocked out. And Cramsie has been absolutely ripping every heat. And Cade and Novi, they're all ripping. And I don't know what to say.
What was it like, I guess, when you were standing there on the beach? You got knocked out earlier. You were pretty upset with it. What was going through your head just watching Cramsie just destroying in his heats?
Oh, that's what made me so anxious. Like, he was dominating every heat, like, easily. And these sort of waves is just his cup of tea. Like, he can do anything off anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was, I guess, that final heat there between BP and Cramsie? What were you thinking?
Or I was just thinking there's, is it 2 or 3 times world champion versus Cramsie? I was like, if there's going to be anyone that can beat him, it's him. So, yeah, I felt good. I heard a few heats and the waves were like pretty slow. And then one thing happened where this one wave came in for Cramsie and it looked like it was just going to be one of those typical bowls for him. He just did a massive backflip and then it just faded into nothing. And after that, Ben had priorities. 3 minutes left and it was all over.
Yeah.
I just started screaming.
You started bashing onto our little makeshift studio here, onto the van. It's got to be an amazing feeling. It's something that you've been trying to get these past few years. You came agonising close back in 2014, I believe.
Yeah, exactly the same thing happened. It was out of me, myself, Cramsie and Stoney. And, I needed to beat Cramsie and get it third to beat Cramsie in the quarters, and I got third. We both got knocked out. He got a fourth, I got a third, so that put me in the lead. And then it took... Stoney had to get second in the comp, and he was just getting through heat. It was exactly the same, and then he got second in the final. So he got the win. And the ups and downs, it felt like I had bipolar. It was so bad.
Oh, it must be... I couldn't imagine it. We were watching you in the car park, pacing up and down. You're pretty difficult to talk to, but you look like a relief has come over you right now.
Yeah, I can't even describe the feeling I'm feeling right now.
It's got to be amazing. You had an amazing year this year. I mean, you came so close to winning at D-Bar, got second.
Yeah.
Then you went down to Mystics, you got third place there. then I remember you were saying, you went into nights and you knew you had to win it.
Yeah.
Was that your mentality going in there?
Well, it's one of my favourite waves on the tour. It's like left wedges is, I love left wedges, and I'd won it before, so my mindset was pretty strong going into that one, and the waves were decent. So I thought if I'm going to win one, that's going to be it, and I did. So.
And you put yourself in an amazing position with the first, the second, and third. I mean, the only way you could have improved your situation at this event was to get to the final.
Yeah.
What was your game plan coming into this event, though?
I didn't really have a game plan. Like, I just, I just live the way. Like, if I see the waves and they're good, I'll try to surf my best. If I can't, then that's so be it, But yeah, I had a lot of good guys in this comp that could have taken the boys down. So, there was Stoney and Winnie and Ben and all those good guys, and it just made my choice, like my chances, a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had that in the back of my head. I was like, at least they're here. It's going to make, if I get knocked, at least they've got to verse the hardest guys in the world.
Absolutely. It was definitely a tough ask of Cramsie to take on the likes of Ben Player, 3 times world champion, and the local of Whale Beach, the old flyer.
Yeah.
Tell me, what do you think of the conditions out there today? They were pretty tough.
Yeah, well, this morning it was sick. Like, really good when it was a bit lower, a lot more punchy. And then once that tide gets high, you just get this backwash in the wave, and it's really hard to get a line and hit the bowl. So, yeah. It's just
I'm just going to hold on there because I'm currently in the Pro Juniors in the water. That is Liam Lucas in blue on a wave. He's looking to improve his score. Currently, there's a battle between these two youngsters. He's just
did
gone
4 rolls, I think.
4 rolls. Amazing.
He's surfing so good, that kid. He's going to be someone to watch for sure.
Definitely the Lucas brothers have just been ones to look out for in the Pro Junior. And Liam winning the New South Wales Junior title as well as the Mystics Pro Junior. It's out of both Liam and Simon Cassidy in yellow. Currently, Simon Cassidy is in the lead with 11.4 points. Second place, we have Noah Gilroy on 11.1, Hugh Lucas 8.23, and Liam Lucas on 7.63. He'll be looking to improve that score. Scores are going to come in, but there's less than 1 minute to go in a Pro Junior, so there's going to be 2 champions crowned today.
Yeah. So who's winning this heat?
Currently in the lead is Simon Cassidy in yellow. So Simon,
Epic.
if he does win, he will be crowned the Pro Junior champion.
Epic. I've been staying with him.
And that's the buzzer right there, actually.
Sick.
So Simon Cassidy has been crowned the Northern Beaches Pro Champion as well as the ABA Pro Junior Champion.
Wow.
So it's now a double to Queensland. We have Joe Clark and Simon Cassidy both crowned.
It's a bit like the footy.
That's it. Like the State of Origin. I know you're a fan of the Maroons.
Oh yeah.
So it's been a good week for you, I guess.
Great
Queensland
week.
Winning.
Great week. Got to follow the momentum.
That's it. So what are you going to do now?
I'm definitely going to here.
Free choice, that's it. Yeah, otherwise you're going to have a tin of 4X. So
I'll probably have both.
Get a 4X anyway for Queensland's sake.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you might as well go. Victory, Joe. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
2016 ABA Pro Men's Champion.
Frothing.
Thank you very much, Joe Clark, for coming in, and congratulations on an amazing year on the ABA Tour.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers, man. Well, we're going to go straight into the Pro Men's now. The Pro Junior just wrapped up. If you are just tuning in, there was a big shake-up in the Pro Junior. Simon Cassidy from Sunny Coast has taken out the Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro, and I believe that has crowned him the ABA Pro Junior champion. And we were just speaking to Joe Clark, who is the ABA Pro Men's champion, as the door slams in our studio there. Mr. Dave Heavyside makes his way inside.
I'm back.
He's back. He's ready for action. And this is going to be an epic heat ahead of us. There is no ABA Tour implications, but we still have 2 amazing riders with Dave Winchester and Ben Player in the water. This is a World Tour quality heat. 2 of arguably the best riders in modern Australian bodyboarding history. Going head-to-head at, it's their local breaks, I guess. I know Ben Player is definitely a local at Whaley. Dave Winchester, coming from South Curl, always made his way up to Whale Beach for the back in the Peninsula Bodyboard Club days for events, as well as state titles and national titles. both of them have won. I believe that they've won a national title. I could be wrong there. I know that Dave Winchester has won multiple national titles. Ben Player, I don't know if he bothered too much with the national titles and instead focused on the world titles, winning 3, being something that's rarely done in bodyboarding, as Dave's just adjusting himself there.
Sorry guys, I'm a little slow to get back into the old studio. Was I a bit loud? Sorry.
Sorry, just handling the breathing there, Dave. It's all good.
Oh, right, yeah. Just getting heavy on the mag.
Getting Dave heavy breath.
Right, I'm back.
That's it. All right, and
Now.
right in time because we are now in the Pro Men's Final. If you are just tuning in, we have crowned a Pro Men's champion in Joe Clark. He basically left it to the surf gods to decide whether he will be the champion. It came down to him and Lachlan Cramsie. Cramsie was knocked out in the semi-final against none other than 3-time world champ Ben Player, meaning that Joe Clark is the ABA 2016 Hog's Breath ABA Tour champion. Amazing stuff from Joe. Congratulations once again to the Gold Coaster. Epic stuff there. But out in the water now, we have the Pro Men's Final, Ben Player and Dave Winchester. Doesn't get any better than this. That's right, Michael.
That's right, Michael. Hey, man. Just give us a break.
It's all good.
Sorry, I'm literally updating social media as we speak and as we do this.
On the social media. But prior to that, we did, just after Lachlan Cramsie's heat, just before, we had the Pro Junior Final, and we had youngster Simon Cassidy from the Sunshine Coast taking out the Pro Junior crown. Congratulations to Simon. He's earned it. He's definitely one of the up-and-coming guys from the Sunny Coast, and just show that he's one of the best in Australia. Can't wait to see what he does in the future. I think he's going to be future Australian champion in the Pro Men's, as well as, we could hopefully see him on the world stage representing Queensland proud.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Oh, yes. But now we have 2 New South Welshmen in the water, in Ben Player and Dave Winchester. Benny from, where does Benny live now?
Ben still lives in Avalon.
He's an Avalon local.
Yep. So Ben just up the road here in Avalon, and a stone's throw away from this beach. So
Dave Winchester, originally from Curl, but now calls Mullumbimby his home. Still New South Wales though.
Yeah, it is still New South Wales.
If we want to get territorial with our states.
Yes, well,
that's all.
We could almost claim him as an honorary Queenslander, but we won't. No, we can't actually. That's just rubbish.
I'll call him a Gold Coaster.
Oh, controversial.
No, he wouldn't call himself one.
No, he wouldn't, exactly. He'd be wearing that blue with pride. Okie dokie, so slow little start here for the men's final.
A little bit of lull and waves, but I can tell you what, when they do come, we are going to expect some fireworks because we have 2 of the best riders in the world.
They would be enjoying their time out there as well. This would be a bit of a special moment for these 2 guys, veterans of the Australian bodyboarding scene. And, for Ben to have a tour event at his local break, which he's in the final of, with one of his best mates. And it was a brand teammate as well for a long, long time in Dave Winchester. So, for these 2 guys, they'd be soaking it in and, making the most of these next 20 minutes. Don't get us wrong. They both want to win this thing as much as, the next guy, and they'll be doing anything they can to get victory. And so it's going to be pretty hotly contested. But they will be, sharing a joke or 2, I guess, as well, and just soaking it all in because, you don't know when these moments are going to happen, as we see Dave Winchester here looking at the first wave of his heat. He's just going to have a look at this left-hander and look down the line. Oh, he gets a bit of that backwash, and it's like going to...
Flaring little barrel there, and there's another backwash here. It goes for a roll. Got a good projection out of that backwash.
So make something out of nothing there, Dave. I think he was hoping that it was going to peak up a little bit earlier in that wave, and it didn't quite do it for him, but he patiently just stayed on course and then managed to push a nice little roll off the top. So it won't be the highest scoring wave of his heat, hopefully. But it does get him off to a start as Benny Player just looks at this but just doesn't decide to go. And he waits out the back there in the same position that he's probably surfed all competition, actually. He sat pretty much in that same spot for the entirety of the day and managed to make himself into the final. So he's betting on that little piece of ocean that it's going to produce the goods for him and give him the waves that he needs to take the win here.
Yeah, and you were just touching on, I guess, how good mates these two are. Dave Winchester, Ben Player. They both travelled the world together. They've grown up competing against each other.
As Ben throws some sharkers out.
Yeah, it's just psyched to be in a final with his good mate, Dave Winchester. These guys, they've travelled together. They've competed against each other. They're now business partners.
Yeah.
And with Dave kind of taking the reins of versus VS boards in Australia, while Ben Player's taking the reins of NMD, they both work together, developing new boards. They're giving back to the sport, and they're at the forefront of Australian bodyboarding. It's epic to see.
All right, so Dave Winchester, one wave on the board, 4.17. So Ben needing a 4.8 to go into the lead.
Now, Dave, you were actually back in the Riptide experiment, so you went on tour with these two guys, Ben and Dave Winchester.
I did. Yes, I did.
And what were they like together travelling?
It was actually very entertaining. So, these guys are super serious in the water, and most of the time you don't really get to see, that downtime that they have in between competitions. So, to spend some time on a trip like that with them was pretty cool. It was a little bit testy in the first few days though, because for those people that read that issue and watched the DVD of our experiment trip to the Mentawais back a couple of years ago, as Ben Player just scoops around and just ducks out the back of that one as Dave follows him with this wave. No, he doesn't. He just ducks out the back. So, but yeah, we got stranded. We had a shocker of a trip. We headed over to the Mentawais with about 8 of us. There was an amazing collection of riders. I mean, that trip was incredible. With the guys at the likes of Pierre-Louis Costes and Jared Houston. But anyway, there was a bunch of us, and we got stuck in Tuapajat, and we were trying to make it down to the southern end of the Mentawais there, and we didn't get collected, and our boat didn't rock up, and we were wondering what was going on. So we lodged. It was just a shocker. It was raining, and
it's all part of travel, isn't it?
Oh, it is. But you've got Ben Player, Dave Winchester, Jared Houston, Pierre-Louis Costes, all wondering what the heck's going on, and looking at you, going, "You organised this trip. What are you going to do?"
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's no waves. We're stuck in a fishing village, and there's nothing to do. And we were there for the 3 days, and so it was testing to begin with. But luckily, these guys take it all in their stride, and they made us feel comfortable. And Benny's got a great sense of humour. He's always up for taking the mickey out of something or making light of a bad situation. And Dave's just such a cruisy guy, and he definitely helped keep the crew sane through his antics as well, and just his good nature. And we were really lucky. And once the waves came, once we did get to where we needed to be, and we got into waves, well, then it was just on, because we had blown half the trip, and we had nothing in the can, and we had no DVD, we had no magazine, as Benny just puts a massive flip, throws a landing gear down, pulls it around, and rides out of that one. There we go. So, we that'll get Benny off to a great start in this final. So he'll be loving that. But yeah, we had half the trip to get a full trip's worth of stuff. So they just went hammer and tong for like 6 days. It was
answering with the roll there.
With a great roll off the top, right in front of Benny, probably hitting each other underwater on the way through. But they just got busy. They got professional. They got busy, but they had a great time doing it. They'd wake up, be first in the water. Both Ben and Dave, were jumping off the boat first to be our first out in the lineup, and just with big grins on their faces the whole time. And they'd be first in and last out. Jared Houston was actually pretty close. He was almost one of the most frothers as well. So, him and Louis Finnegan, who was also on that trip, were full on. But yeah, Ben and Dave were just amazing, and it was a great trip. So if you do get a chance to watch the DVD, you'll see lots of antics for the camera. So anyway, we'll back to the action here. So yeah, there's a good little exchange of waves there between the two guys.
There's I guess the scores are still coming in. Currently, Dave Winchester is in the lead with 4.17, but there are scores to come in from both Ben and Dave. I think Ben's going to get I dare say it, but I think he's going to get a pretty good score for that flip that he did.
I think so. So, as we see, Dave Winchester having a look at this one. He's going to paddle on and likes the look of this. So, he's going to set his line. Oh, didn't cooperate with what he wanted to do. So, he just scooped over the back of that one, and he's going to paddle back out and try and pick up a second score to go with his 4.17.
How good is this, though, seeing Ben Player and Dave Winchester
in
a
a final?
Tell you what.
Pair of parrots we are. Jeez. Anyway.
I'm excited, though. This is what, it's been great to see champions get crowned. Joe Clark getting the ABA Tour Championship. I dare say some possibly the heat that everyone was hoping to see, and that is Dave Winchester versus Ben Player in a final of the inaugural Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro.
Pretty epic. So we are going to do a quick shout out. Thanks to everyone for joining us, by the way, and everyone who's watching. Thank you so much for tuning in and putting up with me and Michael's droning voices for the last 5 or 6 hours. But you've been amazing, so thanks very much for that. Everyone who's commented as well, we really appreciate it. So hopefully we can keep doing more of this for you. Stay tuned to Riptide.live for more live bodyboarding stuff. But also thank you to Hog's Breath as we see Ben Player up on this one. He's racing down the line, looking for that section to throw a big move off. There it is. Ooh. Nice. Classic invert there and spin to finish.
Spin to roll.
And a roll as Dave Winchester out the back picks up another one. Ben Player just ducking out the bottom of that. There's Dave Winchester up. He's looking for a section. Not going to get it. Just over the back. But yeah, Hog's Breath Cafe have been amazing support for the ABA Tour this year. Thank you so much to them. Thank you so much to Bodyboard King for putting this event on. Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro. Thanks so much to Stealth for putting it on the webcast. And also the guys from the Fresh Air broadcast team who have been running around like mad chooks making sure it all happens for us. So you're watching these pictures live right now from the northern beaches of Sydney. And it's all thanks to those guys. So props to the supporters of bodyboarding, or everyone who's been in bodyboarding over the years has always been a massive support. We do this for the love, and it's great to see everyone getting together and really helping things move forward with the sport. So for the fact that we've got a webcast live, bringing in Australian tour bodyboarding for the first time, as we see the replay there.
Bit of a roll and whatnot.
With Benny's wave.
Some excellent vision there from Fresh Air Broadcast. We've got a camera team working around the clock.
So, yeah, super stoked. I'm super excited. We've had a great day here as we're finishing it off with probably one heat to remember. It's not often that you get to see Dave Winchester versus Ben Player in the final of any comp, let alone their home comp, Northern Beaches Pro. So, soak this in. You're watching a bit of bodyboarding history unfold in front of you, and there's definitely more left here. We've got about 5 minutes to go. Ben Player leading with a 6.83 and a 4.23 for an 11.06 from Dave Winchester, needing a 5.9 to take the lead. So here we go. We got down to the last 5 minutes. Michael, what do you reckon's going to happen?
Who knows?
The outcome of this going to be?
But
I've got my hands together.
I tell you what, Dave Winchester, if we're going to go on track record, he won the last event of last year's ABA Pro Tour, and that was the Mystics Pro, along with winning the DK crown and finishing runner-up. So if we're going to go on past form, I think that Winnie can pull it out. But you see Ben, this is his local wave. He's been surfing this since he was a Grom.
So there is Ben Player on screen right now, just kicking out away from Dave Winchester. They're just heading down to that little patch of beach that he's called his own for the entire day, and he's going to no doubt want to improve on that 4.23, and if he can do that, then he's going to put a strong case towards winning this comp, and that would mean the world to him, to win a local comp at his home break in a Australian Pro Tour. So nervous times ahead, but he's sitting there, he's contemplating victory and hoping that he can take it out, where Dave Winchester holding his tail and just needing that 5.9.
I think both of these guys have trophy cases that are just filled to the brim. They've got no room left. Ben with these 3 world titles, Dave with these multiple Australian titles as well as drop knee titles, just for good measure.
And Riptide Bodyboarder of the Year. These
Bodyboarder of
guys,
the Year
both of them,
trophies.
yeah, both of them Riptide Bodyboarders of the Year. Ben Bodyboarder of the Year multiple times, and so yeah, it's these two guys are absolute legends of the sport here in Australia, and it's pretty incredible sitting here watching them go head to head in the final event. So this has been epic. Loving it, Michael. Loving it.
And with this broadcast, actually, I was going to say it was a big effort for you guys to get here, driving late through the night from the Gold Coast to Sydney, arriving in the wee hours of the morning.
We did, yes. We did the Gold Coast to Sydney run last night, arriving very late. Anyone who's following on Snapchat would have seen it tap out at about 10 o'clock after I got way too tired. But yeah, we made it. We came here and had 4 or 5 hours sleep, up and at it, and then that's why I was so needing my coffee this morning.
Did you get one in the end?
No. I got a can of caffeinated drink that I don't normally drink, but that's okay. It's Dave Winchester screaming down this right-hander. He's looking for the... Oh, it just goes fat on him at the end.
He's looking for a bit of a section there. Meanwhile, Ben players, there's some sets coming in. They're all BPs. So he's going to be loving this. Winnie's out of action. He's got a left here. I think the lefts have been working to his favour. They kind of roll into the shore break there.
As here he goes. He's going to set up that line. He knows it's coming. You can see the frustration on his face. He just thought, it's not going to happen for me.
So now we have 2 and just under 2.5 minutes, nearly 2 minutes remaining. Dave Winchester needs a 5.9 to take the lead, well within his abilities. Some waves coming in. I believe Dave Winchester has got priority now, so he's got the pick of the last wave. This is if this was basketball or something, the ball is in Dave Winchester's hands.
It is. So, here we go. A minute and a half on the clock.
Minute and a half.
This 2016 ABA Pro Tour, brought to you by Hog's Breath here. And we look at Benny player there, currently leading. Dave Winchester needing a 5.9.
I wonder if there's anyone on there.
Minute.
Look at this. I think Benny's going to be smiling ear to ear. Poor Winnie, hoping for a wave to come. 60 seconds.
So there it is. I think they're there.
A little bit of an embrace there. That was just a beautiful moment there.
It's sorry, we're a little bit. We're just watching on in awe here as these two legends of the sport just take a couple of moments to soak in this final and what it means to them here at the northern beaches of Sydney. Both calling this place home. So we're not far away from a countdown here now.
Yeah, I believe 30 seconds left.
We've got 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds to go for the 2016 Bodyboarding Northern Beaches Pro. 2, 1. And there it is. Ben Player crowned the 2016 Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro champion at his home beach of Whale Beach. Was it ever in doubt?
I don't know. Geez, going in, would have been short odd favourites to take this one out, and sure enough to form, he has. So Benny will be a very, very happy man there.
First time in
as he paddles in on this, taking a little victory lap. Here he comes. What's he going to do for the crowd, the waiting crowd? He's going to line one up. He's not going to lower in. There's a little bash off the top. So in comes Benny Player, the 2016 champion of the Northern Beaches Pro.
It just shows, he's 3-time world champ. Hasn't been in the contest scene much lately. Kind of took a break last year after he ruptured his spleen or something in an incident.
Yeah, he had a bad
Ireland
injury in Ireland.
Yeah, so since then he's kind of taken a back seat to the competition scene, but he went over to Pipe earlier this year and just was dominant.
Yeah.
And then just shows now when he puts on the contest rush, he's definitely definitely one of the best in Australia, if not the world, at contest bodyboarding. Just
Okay,
a
guys,
man.
we're gonna once you wrap it up, we're gonna end it with an ad with commercials.
All right, guys. So just to recap on the official results of the day, in the Pro Junior, we had
Simon Cassidy from Sunshine Coast taking the victory, and I believe being crowned the Pro Junior champion. I do apologise if I got that wrong, but from my bad mathematics, I believe Simon Cassidy is the champion of the Hog's Breath ABA Pro Junior Tour, as well as the Bodyboard King Northern Beaches Pro Junior champion. Then we have Ben Player winning just then in the Northern Beaches Pro, and Joe Clark being crowned the ABA Pro Men's Champion. So big day of bodyboarding. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. I'll take my sunnies off there. Thank you everybody for tuning in to our webcast. This is the first time we've done it. Bit of bodyboarding history there. First time there's ever been a live webcast of an Australian Pro Tour event. Something that, you know, we're just learning on the fly, but we definitely want to see more of in the future. If you guys want to see more of, let us know. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Bit of fun.
I enjoyed my time in the van.
The van.
It was a good little commentary booth. It worked for us in the end. So
Yep.
thanks for tuning in, everyone. Stay tuned to Riptide.live for more live bodyboard action, and also Riptide TV. We're just going to end with the word from our sponsors. Thanks very much.
Thank
we'll
you very
see you
much.
later.
You.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging, I'm losing the